We're live another day. Grab this. Oh, I didn't actually open the stuff on my other monitor. The reset happened. Sure world, cadena, and some Kronos stuff. Okay, that's good. Let's open this and this. Go to that. Go to this. Switch to this. Grab this. Oh, wait, no, I don't need to grab that. I need to grab this. View my channel. Click on this. Mute that. Boom! That is done. Let's go do the Kronos stuff real quick. Swap over to this. Let's see what the sound thing's looking like. Okay, we're good on that. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Wait, what is this? What did I get? What did I get a notification for? Okay. I'm so confused by my notifications, but sure. Let's go do our good old friend Golux on the server and Arcarium. Okay. That's good. This is good. That's good. This is not good. Link skills. Yes, this is good. Okay. So CN had a thing about the Paradise, but I said nothing about the orb, sadly. Do we have a TLDR of stuff that, like, what's going on in the Paradise system? Of how you progress the gear and the buttons on the UI? Okay, so, like, not too much, per se, I guess is the best way to look at it. Well, you know, we'll see everything once it comes out for us at this point. 5 or 6 gear slots? Oh, so there's a lot of gearing. It's not just 1 or 2 items. Each is upgraded with an RNG-based system and currency only used in Paradise, no gold or anything. Okay, that's good. So I don't care if it's RNG, if it's not that bad of RNG and it's using its own like system of stuff, so you're not wasting well, not necessarily wasting resources, but you're not using resources you'd want to be using. 20% up to move a rank. That's probably going to get pretty low at one point, but that's like... Ooh, just to do nothing? Okay, so you might get lucky and really progress. No going down. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it would be weird that they would add going down in that system when none of the other Lost Ark systems go down. Like, they haven't really went down the route of like, oh, something will go down, per se. So it'd be weird to do that, but... Each slot will have 2 lines, with some lines being better. What the heck is this? Stargazer surprise box. Oh, these are the sets I saw. I see. There's 5 power things in a grid they showed. I went to this cash shop and didn't buy the thing because I got distracted. With power, control, mobility, something, and special, I think it was. No clue what those stats means. Yeah, because those are obviously not the normal ones. And you can get set bonuses if you match the gears, set gear, and the boost the bonuses you give. Okay. It's under game, isn't it? Maple reward shop. Never mind, I'm completely wrong with what it is. Premium water of life. Please and thank you. Grab that for myself. Okay, that pet's back to normal. Let's go on the errand and do its daily thing. But not really much info about end rewards or orb or anything that really matters. Yeah, because, like, I'm gonna be real with you, I don't really care about the system itself of, like, how you upgrade through it and stuff, because it's like, I'm either gonna be doing it, or I'm not gonna be doing it. Also showed as a new returning player thing, but vets would use it for extra stuff and mats. Yeah, I mean, like, it sounded like a system that you just use no matter who you are. Oh, I can do that. Okay, this character, I need to go to a map real quick to just murder stuff. I need to build the combo up. Does this give combo? It does. Hello mobs, I need to use you for just some mobbing. Control. Oh, it's that. It's on control. Let's see. I think new / returning player is just a buzzword they'll slap on everything. I mean, it's like a buzzword, but at the same time, it's true. You know, it's like it is for new and returning players mostly because it's a good system for them. But they're definitely trying to push like, oh, this stuff is good for you if you have any of these things. You know. Alright, we have the combos. We can go back to town. I can now go do the boss because holy moly, doing this boss without these combos is actually insanity. It's impossible to play. Why is it on 22-second cooldown? Whatever. Oh my god, that's right. This character died out yesterday because I freaking... Okay, thanks for the fist to the face, Golux. Really love that. I'm just curious what the actual rewards are. Like, I feel like the rewards is the big thing of this system, because if they're underwhelming, you're not really going to react to them. The cap books at 8. What difference does it make? Like, I just don't get that, you know? Yeah, but it's just like... It's whatever to me. Like, it's... They did it. It is what it is. I feel like, you know, it's like, okay, so you're limiting the power in the game. So you definitely don't expect you to need that power. Obviously, you never needed it, but... It's just weird. Holy shit, what the fork with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream, Fork. Thank you, thank you. Best way to not die is not die. Exactly. It's the simplest mechanic. If you don't get hit, you can't die. It's the best advice. Right, I can't use it in this one. Oh, because it goes back like this. I see. Welcome, welcome to the stream, Fork. Thank you with the donation again. Well, the gifted subs, I should say. Let's see. Who'd you give these to? Daoming? Skadupta? Skadupta's chatted before. I remember that name. Kaini? Don't remember that. Bear Chess? And Potcake1017. No problem, my man. I've got some more help coming your way today. Because we are going to be talking about flames today at one point. And I will explain that system. Because that's a whole thing of extra power you're going to be able to get and do. And that should be very helpful for you. Man, I'm getting all the reinforced today, though. This is kind of crazy. Alright. You are not having anything expired. Nice. Just that you got to 240 and you beat the Celis area. Nice. Another daily set unlocked. Slowly inching towards the Celis area. So, because you're on the Challenger world, Link skills... I can go over Link skills. That's pretty simple to explain. Hard to, like, figure out which ones you should do first because of a different reason. So this is the Link skill menu. You can get it through... You open up your skill menu, you go to the first tab. That's... What is this actually called? Does this have a name? The beginner tab, I guess, is the best way. There's a bunch of things in here. But you're looking for Link skills. You double click on Link skills, it pops this open. So, on the top is what's being applied to you. Because you're on the Challenger world, none of this works. This is entirely disabled on the Challenger world. So making alts on the Challenger world, you're doing them for Mesos and other characters you want to try out, not for Link skills. When you get to the Kronos realm or Hyperion, whichever one, this will become way more relevant because it's actually enabled there. But the way it works is every character, if you look, it says My Link skill right here. Under this will be your specific one for the class. So as a Kali, My Link skill is level 2. And it gives plus 5% damage. And upon attacking, recovery chance 100%. You recover 2% of your max HP and MP per seconds for 5 seconds with a 30-second cooldown duration. It's a pretty meh Link skill at best. There's a lot better Link skills. A good Link skill would be like, this is the Mo's Wands right here. It's boss damage plus 4%. If the target is a boss, up to 2% increase for every successful attack. Max 6 stacks. And a stack activates every 2 seconds and it lasts 5 seconds. So as long as you're attacking the boss, this is giving you... That's 2%? Yeah, it's 2%. 16% boss damage for just existing as a Link skill. So that's a really good one. Now you might ask, how do these level up? How do you know how many levels they have? So they level up every 70 levels. So if you get to level 70, you unlock the Link skill for your account to put it on any other character from that character. So like when I got this Kali to level 70, an 8 gift leveled up and it existed. It would be in a lesser form than this. Every level up increases its power. Once you get to 140, it gets to level 2. And then the final level, if it has a level 3, right? You see some of these are capped at level 2. Not every class goes up to level 3. That is a global Maplestory only feature that we have level 3s of these. But you need to get to 210 for a level 3 Link skill. Now, usually, if you were a new player, you're starting on Kronos this very moment. You would do exactly as you did. You'd pick a main character, put the pass on it, start leveling that up. Once you're done the dailies on it, you'd be doing essentially the same progress you're doing of doing stories, unlocking the bosses and all that. But then the extra thing you would be doing is once you're done on the main and you have some extra time right now. Okay, we just got a I didn't realize you get emotes that get given for this. We got this little chill girl emote from the hype train. Got distracted by that. But what you usually do is you would level up the primary links that are very important. So like Kana Link, Wild Rage from Demon Avenger. You would get Elven Blessing from Mercedes. You would get Rune Persistence from Evan. And you would get these classes up to level 70. Level 70 takes like an hour. Maybe less nowadays. But like, so let's put it at like an hour to take to get to level 70. And just for getting it to level 70, you would be gaining 10% bonus XP for every kill with Elven Blessing. Elementalism would be giving 5% damage. Rune Persistence, I believe, would be 30% increased duration on the rune. But like, link skills are huge. They're a very important feature. The best way to start it off with would be getting classes to level 70. Your main's doing its thing. You get all the classes you want to get to 70. Then you try to get them to 140. And then you park them at 140 until you would have access to... Forget to these extreme growth potions. And then the 140 to 200 barrier would literally just be done through extreme growth potions and no grinding. And why do you stop at 140 and not 130? Because at 140 you unlock level 2 Link skill. But you would do that. You're going to be skipping a lot of that process because you're on the Challenger World. If you get to the Emerald tier, you're going to get 10 potions that instantly level up a character to 200. So you're going to have your main character coming over. Technically, yes, you could make them right now. But also, if you reach Emerald tier on the Challenger World, you're just going to be able to get 10 characters instantly level 200 with those potions. So I feel like all resources and time should be invested on the Challenger World to get to Emerald. Can you get to 280 even? What do you mean by get to 280, Raz? Like, on the Challenger World, can you get to 280? Or can you, like, on the live server, or, like, what's the context here? I'm going to start my Monster Parks, and I'm going to explain Legion after my Monster Parks. No, 280 doesn't need it. Level 3 is max, so 210 is the maximum for Link skill. The only reason you want to level up alts past 280 or 210 is for Legion. I will explain Legion after these Monster Parks here, so we're going to have a little 20 minutes of doing this, so I just get these done. Or actually, I'm just going to do this one run, and then we'll go over it, because it's not that hard to explain Legion. Because Legion's the other major reason. Legion's arguably bigger than Link skills for, like, power progression in the game as bonus power. But, like, Link skills and Legion go hand in hand, because Legion works with the total level on your account. Or on the server, I should say, not your account. I want to say it's the 42 or 41 highest level characters on the server you're playing on. Which, there's like 52 classes or 53 classes in the game or something like that. So, you've made a lot of classes to have all of the slots filled up for Legion. Come on, just die already. Oh, I didn't activate this. Press this one sec. There we go. Alright, so we did the monster park. We got some XP. Nice. What Legion is you click on this button right here on the menu button. You go to Legion. Or you can hotkey it. Yes. You could. I would definitely recommend for you to burn the 3 characters and get them to 200. Now, those I would make as characters, not necessarily as Legion links or mules. Or not Legion links, but like links or Legion effects. But classes that you want to actually play. Because on the Challenger world, you'll be able to just try them out. Do some early bossing, make some mesos with them, and just see how they play. If you don't like the class, you just drop it. It's already level 200, you just sit it there. And it's fine. But if you do enjoy it, you can start progressing on them and getting them to be like mules, as we call them. I'll explain why you want mules in a second here, but let's go over the Legion system. So as you can see, on Kronos, my total level is 8,797. Artifact level is something else entirely. We're going to go over that at one point, but it just kind of progresses by itself as you play the game. Hello, Valdez. Yes, Legion, but different Legion. It is a Maplestory Legion. So when you start off on this Legion, you need a minimum level of 500 or one character that's like 210 or something to start the Legion system. And when you start off, you're going to only have access to like a 4x4 grid or something. Like it's a really small grid. It's only going to be the decks, like this center thing, that you can fill out. You won't have access to XP, critical rate, boss damage. All these outer things won't be accessible to you right away. To level up the Legion, you need more total levels. So like you can see for me, to get my next level is 9,000 total level. And then I'll be Legendary Legion 3 compared to Legendary Legion 2. What that'll give me is one extra member assigned to the board. So instead of 37, I'd have 38. This plus one, I'll explain in a bit when we go over the blocks. But this gives a lot of power, right? Because just from the members I'm getting a bunch of strength and stat. I'm getting 35 magic and attack power. I'm getting more XP by 10%. I have more mesos obtained, ignore defense, boss damage, buff duration. Like each Legion block gives a ton of different like bonuses. And then just from the grid, I'm gaining 40% boss damage, 40% ignore defense, 20% buff duration, 20% critical damage, and 5 attack power and magic attack, and then 10 int from this board. So like you gain a bunch of stats for doing Legion. Now, each class that you level up has their Link skill, like I said, and also they have a Legion effect. The way this levels up is a bit different from Link. It is not every 70 levels. It is different breakpoints. Let me get the exact ones, because I know the end ones, but I don't know the beginner ones. Levels. Let me just scroll down here and get this real quick. Yeah, so B rank is level 60 to 99. A rank is level 100 to 139. S rank is 140 to 200, or 199. And then 200 to 249 is SS, and then 250 is SSS. So, ideally, if you can, you want to get the character to 250. Most people just park them at 200, though. Or 210, depending if they need to. But, like, what that does is, if we look... Here is my Kinesis. Let me assign members here. So this is my Kinesis. It works in a square like this. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At 250, it has 5 squares it always takes up. And this form changes based on the classes you are. So Kinesis, Mage 250 plus, looks like this. My Aaron, this is how the Warrior one looks at 250. It's a box, and then they add an extra box, and that's just how it looks. Okay, where do I have it? My Collie. So Collie looks like a penis. Thieves looks like looks like a dick. I don't know how else to put it. It's just what it is. Confirm. Yeah, I don't care. What other classes am I missing? I have a pirate, so where is my pirate at? AB. Just a very long, like, it's just this. You know, like, this is what it looks like at 250 for a pirate. What class else can I show at 250? Those are my only 250s. Let's ignore this one for a second. So, like, as you can see, this is giving 100 int. It was giving 80 int before it was when it was SS rank. This gives 100 int, or 80 int. Now it gives 100. This gave 80 dex, etc. The Aaron has a special one. Grants a 70% chance to recover 10% of base HP with each attack. Triggers once every 10 seconds. Next trigger chance decreases upon trigger, but effect is 2x. So, like, it just heals you over time. It's not a super great one. Definitely wouldn't recommend an Aaron to 250 for its Legion or Link effect. It's got a good Link effect, though, because it's XP related. And then my call is 250. And then we move over to this thing. So this Abyssal Expedition Minor Forest is a bonus block you can put on that comes from an event. We're actually getting an event this month called Ride or Die that gives one of these blocks. These are legacy content, essentially. You can only have 2 of these types of blocks on the Legion board. So even if you've been through every event that has these Legion blocks, you don't need to worry about them once you have your 2. Because you just need 2 to put on the board. So I'll be getting my second one here in this next Ride or Die event. It's usually a pain in the ass to get these. Like, they usually make this event absolutely miserable to get these Legion blocks. Because they just hate us. It's just the way it is. But we'll see how this Ride or Die goes, but usually it's pretty rough. Then at 240, you can see at 240, like, even though this is higher level than this, it didn't upgrade its Legion block. It's the same thing until 250. If we keep going down, you just have SS. SS, so like, if we look at one of the mages that's SS, so like, this one, you see how it's missing just one block on the side, so it's not this little, like, it's not the plus symbol, it's just, what the heck is that? Tetris block, essentially. But yeah, they just give a bunch of bonuses. This is what you're mostly leveling them up for. It takes the total of 41 or 42 characters to add up to your total level here. As you level it up, you get access to more members of your Legion to be able to put on the board, and access to more blocks available. The goal to get, what most people aim for, is 8k Legion. Which, let me confirm if it's 41 or 42. Just so I don't lead you astray here. How many Legion members? Maplestory. It is 42. Okay, so to get to 8,000 Legion, it is 42 characters that are 190, and some of them being 191 because it's like it's 190.5 when you divide 8,000 by 42. You don't rush it, it just kind of happens naturally. You do events, you get the extreme growth potions like I said, you pop those onto those characters, you get them from 140 to 200 through that. You got the burns that happen, you've got the hyper burn max that happens. You're going to be getting a second hyper burn max in this event once you complete 30 special feasts, which I don't know if you'll be able to complete because you missed some weeks. I don't know how many weeks you have for this total. But you'll get another hyper burninator for a 260 character with this. They give out burns all the time. If you make use of them, you're going to get to 8k Legion pretty quickly nowadays. Now, if you're trying to go for 10k Legion, you need the characters to be 250 across the board. So that's a lot more investment. But like, the Legion system is essentially level up characters on your account. They contribute to this. The more levels you have, the bigger this board gets, the more people you can put on it. You're going to be leveling certain characters. Like Hayato. I wanted to get this to 200. Minimum because I wanted its SS rank critical damage plus 5%. That's massive. That's a lot of damage for just existing on your board. CS Stel, abnormal status damage plus 5%. Huge. My Lin, ignore defense 5%. Again, big. Mozwan, crit damage 5%. Just in these 4 nodes alone, I've gained 15% damage and 5% IAD for just leveling these characters to 210, or to 200 in this case. Some of these were leveled to 210 because of their link skills, so Lin and CS Stel. Mozwan I got to 220 because of its event, and Hayato I messed up. I used some potions and strawberry farms thinking I needed to get this guy to 210 for his link skill. Didn't need that. But yeah, that's essentially the gist of Legion and Links. They're all characters that give power to your main characters and your whole roster. So as you level up these guys to 70 to get their link skills and enable your Legion board, it makes a subsequent leveling up easier because now you're more powerful even though you're the same. Because like, it doesn't matter if I'm level 1, level 300, no matter what level I am, this Legion board is giving all these buffs to any character I log in, no matter what. And it's the same thing for the link skills, where like, I log in on the character, put the link skills on, it is a level 1 that is stronger than any other level 1 that a new player makes. So it just keeps progressing your account. Now another system that's on this that you can see is called Artifact Missions. If we just swap over, let's swap over to that menu. So here you see there's another tab, you click on this, this is our... This system kind of just passively exists for you. You're going to level it up from just doing daily missions, or weekly missions I should say, of logging in, killing mobs. You get points. You get also points every week from killing certain bosses. So the harder bosses you do, the more points you get. As you can see, like if you can kill Extreme Calling, it's 4.5k Legion XP. Or Artifact XP, I should say. And then these specials also are just like doing certain storylines for the first time. Doing... getting your Legion up. Completing quest areas. There's a bunch of them. But as you progress this, you get artifact levels. Every artifact level translates to 1 artifact AP. What this does is that you can pick the stats on it. So it has all stats, max HP, attack power, and magic attack, increased damage, boss damage, ignore defense, buff duration, skill cooldown, bypass chance, meso drop, item drop, critical rate, critical damage, bonus XP, status resistance, summon duration, and final damage of final attack skill. So you can pick any of those, and then you level up the node, you level up the rank by using the points. So to level it from 4 to 5, whoops, it takes 3 points. To level it from 3 to 4 was 2 points. And then I think 1 to 2 is 1 point, and then I think 2 to 3 is 2 points. Yeah, this is 2 points to get to 4, then it's 3 to max it out. And you just get these points as you do this. The higher your artifact level, the more nodes you get. So at 40, I'd unlock this one, 50 this one, and 60 this one. To extend the duration, it takes 630 artifact points, and it extends it by a month. But these just give, as you can see, I have level 7 boss damage. I'm getting 10% boss damage, or 10% damage, 13.5 boss damage, ignore defense, buff duration. I'm getting 12% more mesos, an item drop rate, and 20% crit. And you just get all of these, right? So it's just another system that passively levels up with you that gives you more bonuses for your account. That's why on the Challenger world, people are like Ignore defense is a hard thing to get because just through this system alone, I'm getting 18% here. From this, I'm getting another 40%. I'm getting more... I'm getting 10% from my Legion blocks. Then I have my Link skills that if I swap over are giving me 20% from Luminous. Yeah, no, there's other Link skills you can put if you need more of it, but I don't because, like... See, like, the Ho Youngs gives you another 10%. You get so much IED on the main world that you don't really look for it on gear. Whereas on the Challenger world, you need to get some from gear in the artifact. Or not the artifact, but the Morning Starlight Harvest. But that's essentially the gist of all of those things. There are a bunch of side progression things that just happen through playing the game and progressing your account that just increase the power of your entire account. So that's why, even if you level up something to, like... As long as it hits level 70, that character is progressing the account in a meaningful way. Through the Legion and through the Link skill. And like I said, it takes about an hour to get to 70. Maybe less if you're, like... Once you really know what you're doing, you can probably do it faster. And I guess there's another caveat. It depends on the class you're leveling up. Because some classes are forced to do their main story. Which the main story takes a while in some classes' case. Like my cadena was like 50 minutes of story on the Challenger world. Yeah, nothing is not being transferred over from the Challenger world. Everything is being transferred over. So you lose nothing for progressing on the Challenger world when you move over to Kronos or Hyperion. So that's like the really nice thing. All the progress you're making, all of the mesos, all of the stuff you're gaining, and the character levels and all the like challenges you complete, the achievements, anything you do is just being transferred over. Oh, is there? I don't really need to explain that. But yeah, those two systems aren't available on the Challenger world. So you're like, but they gave you a buff. So when you look up here, you see how like I have the Morning Light Phantom buff up here? There's another buff. I guess you could also see it in this beginner tab. If you look in here, there's another buff that's like Challenger World something. So that's giving you a bunch of stats to help for the fact that we don't have Legion, Link skills, Artifact, and all that. To make it so like we're a bit more powerful than we would be otherwise if you didn't have those systems already. Very good for new players. Because as a new player, you don't have Legion, you don't have Link and all that. So for you, it's just a massive buff because you wouldn't have it otherwise. For somebody like me, it's not nearly as powerful as what I have. But I'm doing Challenger World because I want the rewards from it. Which, I'm going to be real with you, I'm doing it for a cosmetic. I want to get to Diamond to get a cosmetic. And that's why I'm doing the Challenger World. We do what we gotta do, exactly. You'll notice I really enjoy cosmetics and stuff like that. I usually go out of my way to get cosmetics and cool looking stuff. But yeah, let me finish up these, then we'll be doing a little bit of... Do I care about the 3,000 mobs on my Kinesis today? I think I'm going to skip the 3,000 mobs on the Kinesis today because I started so late and reset's going to happen and I want to do the stuff on cadena way more. There's actually another system that's coming out. I don't know if it's out yet, for people, but it's called like Legion Heroes or something. That's a whole system that you need to be able to beat certain bosses solo on hard difficulty. You don't need to worry about that at all because the only character that'll be able to do that for you on your account that even has a shot is going to be your Hyperburn Max. So like it's a super endgame system, and like you need to be very progressed to actually like care about making the ults necessary for it. You'll be able to do it on your main because eventually you'll be able to solo those bosses and just be able to beat them. But it's like not a system I would worry about. It's something endgame. You know, you're not going to be near it for a while. So like it is what it is. But yeah, that's why in Maplestory, like, another thing I should mention. Oh, for the okay, so the damage numbers that you're seeing in mine that shows like millions is because of a damage skin. You're actually going to be able to get one of these damage skins. It's in you. So you see how I have damage skins here. Move the equipment over. So this is a normal damage skin. And then you see how these ones have they're unit damage skins. So if you want to see it in the millions like this, you need a damage skin that has a unit skin and not a normal damage skin. You are going to get one from the event, which is going to be this Banquet Gem damage skin here on the 3rd week of check-ins. So you will get a unit damage skin. You're already hitting in the millions right now. And the reason why you want to do that and put a unit damage skin is so it takes less screen space when you're bossing. Also, I forgot to tell you, you should probably change how the damage appears for you. Because you see how for mine it was like stacking up on a single line? You go into options, you're going to go to effects, and then you see how damage skin. You can change this to mini blade effects, cascading numbers, basic numbers, and then not have mini versions of it. Just try out each of them. Whichever one you think looks the best to you, you just pick that and do it. You can also reduce how often the damage numbers show. But this is only when you're party playing, I think. But either way, just mess about with the damage things to just see which one you prefer. I like mini cascading or mini blade because it just stacks it up in one spot and doesn't like take up a bunch of the screen. Because when you're bossing, it's cool to see the big numbers. It's cool to have the numbers going across the screen, but it's going to block your vision and make it hard to see. Just like how right now I have full transparency so you can see my skills. When I'm bossing, that thing goes to the bottom. I don't want to see my skills when I'm bossing, because it blocks vision, and then the boss just one-shots you because you didn't notice this animation. But yeah, they tend to give out unit damage skins every event. And let's say at one point you're no longer happy with your Kinesis, and like you're not playing it anymore, and you have a cool damage skin that you really like. You can transfer those across characters. The event shop, if I look at it, I can't open the shop. But in the event shop, there's a damage skin transfer that you can usually on the in there, and you can just take a damage skin from a character and transfer it over to another character. So none of that stuff is lost. But yeah, pretty much, like, the end goal for a character is if you enjoy the character, you get it to do weekly, become a mule, bosses for you every week. And they're called Lomian mules is what you're aiming for. So on my account, I have my AB, my Aaron, my Kali, my Kinesis, my Xenon that are all doing the Lomian thing, which means I do all of these bosses right here that you can see. Every single boss I have in this boss content each week. And that makes you about 1.7 bill or 1.8 bill mesos per week for that character. And like getting a character to be able to do Lomian, which is Lotus and Damien on normal, isn't that much investment. Like it's pretty easy to do if you just play the character, especially with like an event character. Like your Luminous, easily going to be doing higher than Lomian that you can go into groups with and do stuff, or like duo, or try to solo if you want to struggle kill them every week. Like you're able to do those bosses and all that, and it instantly just starts generating 1.7 billion at the minimum for the week. That second Hyperburn to 260, that's pretty much another guaranteed character if you just like get it some potentials, get it like some gear and stuff and just set it up correctly. That's another 1.7 bill a week from just doing those bosses. And that's the best way to make mesos weekly and just like take the least amount of time. Because to do a Lomian on this Kali takes 30 minutes. So I make 1.7 billion money for 30 minutes of investment every week on the character. Like the thing is right now, you're prioritizing stories that are taking multiple hours to do and like a bunch of time. Eventually that goes away. You're not doing the stories anymore because you've done them. All your alt characters don't need to do the stories because you've already done them once on the account. Another thing you should do, I'll go on to the Challenger World and look with you. You should join a guild. So there should be a hotkey somewhere that you have that you can, like, if you just go to the options, or not options, but key bindings. I have my guild on equal sign, but it's usually, I think, defaulted to G for guild. You probably moved that, or you might not have moved that, but if you find your guild hotkey, you should try joining a guild on the Challenger World. Because for joining a guild that has these guild skills right here, they have a 5-minute cooldown. They last 30 minutes if they're maxed out. So that alone is 100% uptime of 30% crit damage, 30% damage, and if they have the other two leveled up, it's 30% boss damage. So not useful versus normal mobs, but for bossing you get an extra 30% damage. And 30% IED if it's maxed out at 45. Now, on the Challenger World, a lot of guilds are requiring you to do Flag Race and Covert. Covert's like a boss you go into. You have a time limit. You pop all your stuff. You're doing as much damage to him as you can. And you get a score for it. They don't have a requirement most of the time of like, oh, you need to get the X score unless it's a super tryhard guild. So I would just find a guild if I search. So you just search. Oh, how do I search? No? Did I not search? I'll show you a search on a character that's not in a guild in a second. Once I'm done this. And then I'll explain some of the stuff you'll be reading in there. If we were on the main server, like Kronos, there's a bunch of guilds called Mule Guilds that you'd just be able to join into that wouldn't require any requirements of doing stuff. And you just get access to the guild buffs. Was that my last monster park? Am I done on this character? Yes. Okay. Let us swap characters. Let's go to this cadena. Because I know for a fact this cadena is not in a guild. I don't play this cadena. So, what is the guild hockey on this? Oops. Guild is on F10. Alright, let's press F10. Oh my god, I am in a guild on this one because I'm in Beep Beep. I forgot. Beep Beep is a guild me and Billy made. We don't really use it. Alright, let's just go to... Oops, wait, what? If you click no on that, it just closes the menu entirely? That's insane. Alright. Oh yeah, the reason I joined on the cadena is because Billy needed me to become the GM so he could transfer one of his characters out. That's right. Alright. So, this is what the guild menu looks like normally. Now you see here, it has greetings. If you click on it, you double click, you can read the whole greeting. So it says 261 plus mains and sub-mains. Flag covert appreciated. So the requirements to join this guild would you need to be 261 plus. The 15, 15, 15 means that they have the boss damage, the damage, and the crit damage. Somebody has to be on to accept you in the guild most of the time. But like you can see the different descriptions. So like this recruiting, 200 plus mains and sub-mains, covert, encouraged. The ones I usually look for characters is that's a new guild. That's not what we're looking for. So like this guild would be something you could join into. Ideally, you'd find a 15-15. Or it's 230 plus. Kicks. But like this one doesn't require flag race or covert. Usually the only guild you want to join in on that has flag race and covert is your main character. Because you don't want to be doing the flag and covert on every single ult just to maintain their guild status. Boss Mew guild, this one right here. So this guild, Man I Love Frogs on the main server is literally, you join the guild, you're in it, it gives you free G skills. Star Force Altar has, does it say totems? Oh, this one requires Scuff Flag Race. God dang it. Why can't I find one that's literally... Ah, here. This Herd Guild, no requirements. It has 15, 15, 10, or 11. Gives guild skills. You don't need to do anything. So you just join this guild and you just be in it. You'd get the guild skills and you have to do nothing to gain them. But that's pretty much what you're looking for in a guild, is either one that has flag and covert, because you're on the challenger world, because most of them are going to require it right now. Or you try to join a guild that's just called a mule guild, and then your character can just be parked in there, and as long as you log in and do stuff on that character, they won't kick you. But it's super worth to join the guild, because not only is it giving you these guild skills that are massive boosts, you also have this guild support thing, which will give you potions, which we don't really care about the potions, but the big thing is this right here. Greater Blessing of the Guild. So you get 30 of these a week, and for 30 minutes it gives you attack power and magic attack plus 30. So it's another buff that you can stack up and get. And for just being in the guild, you're gaining other bonuses. Like here we're gaining like another 40-ish magic and attack and weapon attack. It gives you some arcane power here. My voice is going. Give me a sec. Let me drink some water. You get 40 all stat here. You get plus 12% bonus damage against normal monsters. It gives you 25 Star Force. So, like, just being in the guild gives you a bunch of benefits from this. And then there's also a thing called the Guild Castle, which... The Guild Castle has some other stuff it can give you. Most people use it. Research. Do we have access to it yet? So the other thing is it gives you a totem here. So it's Guild Castle Brooch, blue, red, and green. Once this is maxed out, it lets you buy a totem, which a totem is these slots right here. And that's extra bonus damage for just existing. Like, you just buy them. It's like 1.5 bill to buy all of them. 500 mil per. And this gives you like an extra like 30, 40-ish stats or something like that. So it's more power for your character. My guild that I'm in doesn't have access to it right now. On the Challenger world, no guild's going to have access to that yet. But it's just like other reasons why you're joining guilds. Oh, I also forgot to mention this. There's this Legion coin shop that you generate these coins passively for having a Legion. And these give a bunch of different buffs. So like another 30-minute, 30 attack power and magic attack buff. Double XP coupon if you need those. You can get Legion Luck, which increases drop rate by 50%. And then 50% more Meso obtained. Epic Potential Scrolls 2 a week. Gold Potential Stamps. Karma Cubes you're never going to buy. You're never going to buy any of these things. Maybe the Karma Black Rebirth Flames. And then some other stuff that you don't really care about. You're mostly doing it for these top things, for the buffs and the Epic Potential Scrolls. But, like, that's another thing that comes with Legion.
Still blind to the difference between courage and...
But yeah, you just have, like, there are so many systems and so many things to do that I just explained right now that are like, okay. But they're all things that are like kind of passive, of just playing the game, you'll progress these systems. So it's not something you need to worry about too much, especially because you're on the Challenger world where you literally can't do anything about those systems because they don't exist. Alright, and that's Kinesis done for today. Let's go over to the Challenger world. I'm going to do anything else here because I don't really care. Switch. Or not switch. The character select. And then with character select, let's go back. We go back to the Challenger world heroic. So, one of the other systems that I haven't explained to you yet was the flame system. So you know how I was talking to you about like the karma flames and stuff? I just gained 300 of these today. I'm gonna grab these and use these. So, you should have some karma black flames you can claim from the hyper burning max. Let's see, where were they? So right here at 215, you have 100 you can claim. So what this is, I need to get one of these sites opened. I'm gonna do a quick explanation of this. Flame calculator, Maplestory. Is this the one I want to use, or do I want to use this one? I think the Wacky Beans one is visually better. Alright, so let's pop this open. Let's grab the Firefox window, properties, flame calculator, and let's pop this open. So, this site right here is the flame calculator site. So in here, if you're in game, you would be looking at your item. So let's just, for instance, use this Dominator Pendant if I was trying to flame this. So its level is 140. It's not a weapon. Or actually, let's do a weapon. Let's pretend we were doing the Challenger chain. So it has 192 as its baseline. Its item level is 160. It is a special type. So the difference between special and normal is that special are boss flames, so items that drop off bosses, and normal items would be something like your Pencilier gear. Like the random gear that drops out in the world are usually normal items. There's a few other exceptions to that, like a Golex belt and stuff. But from here you can see possible flame values are displayed below. So if you're using this red flame, it can only go from tier 3 to tier 6 for flames. So it could only max out at this one. Whereas if you're using the Karma Black Flames or these other flames, it goes from 4 to 7. So its range is 4 to 7. The only reason you ever use this site specifically is when you're doing a weapon flaming, because nobody really off the top of their head knows the weapon attack and magic attack values of a weapon. So if I were to flame my Challenger weapon and I'm looking for like a tier 7, it needs to roll a 99. If I close this window real quick to show it in game. So right here, it's giving 192, which is the value you put in on the site as its base attack. The 77 is its flame bonus because it's in green. And then that like yellow dark score that you see is from the stars, the star forcing. So to look at this weapon, it's gaining 92 stats. Yeah, around 9 PM will be good, Raz. You're getting 92 stats, some HP and MP, 115 attack power from the stars, and then the flame is giving you 77 attack power, 10% boss damage, and 5% damage in all stat from the flame. You're not going to have to flame any of the Challenger gear because this just gets upgraded from doing... Oops, wrong menu. From doing the item burning and completing these challenges. So if you kill Zakum solo on Chaos difficulty, you get bonus stat rank up. So that's the flame score I was talking about. Or is that? One second. Yeah. So that's the bonus stat rank up. So it's going to give you more flame score. This, when you kill Vellum, gives you bonus stat rank up also. Once you get to Chaos Papulatus and you finish that, it gives you level 17 Star Force. You should be able to kill Chaos Zakum pretty easily with your current gear and setup. You could... Chaos Vellum is going to take some, like, learning the boss because he has a lot of one-shot... Like, you're going to have to learn the bosses, right? Like, it's going to take you some time to do. But you have access to Chaos Zakum already. You have not... I don't think you have access yet for Vellum. Papulatus you might have access to, but you need to do these in order, so it doesn't really matter. Lotus you definitely don't have access to yet. Guardian Angel Slime you don't have access to. And Lucid you do have access to, because you did Lackland. But like I said, I wouldn't worry about this too much right now. Like, you could be able to do Chaos Zakum, but Vellum you need to do something else to unlock him. So I would just keep unlocking my bosses. But to get back to flaming. So, we're going to use this black bean mark as an example. The rule of thumb when you're looking at a flame, so right now, we call it a flame score. How to calculate a flame score is pretty simple. Main stat is 1-to-1 transfer. So I have 16 luck on this. That means right now its flame score is 16 for this character. Now, the other thing you need to pay attention to, if you're an attack or magic attack, each 1 point from the flame that gives you magic attack or attack, if it's your main stat, right? Like, for you it would be magic attack because you're luminous. For me, I'm a cadena, it's attack power. The other one gives nothing for 90% of the classes. There's one exception, but you're not playing that, so I don't really need to like go into detail about it. And even then, you'd have to look at your class Discord to see how they calculate that as a flame score. But the rule of thumb is main stat, 1-to-1 transfer. So if it says 16, you're at 16 flame score. Attack power and magic attack. 1 point of magic attack or attack power is worth 4 flame score. So let me just write this in chat. 1 main stat equal 1 flame score. 1 attack / magic attack power is equal to 4 flame score. And then there's another line. Let me find an item right here. There's also all stat. So 1% all stat is equal to 10 flame score. This is a rule of thumb that generalizes all the classes as like a good idea of like, well, how much flame score is this actually worth? If you go into the class discords and you learn more in depth about the classes, they're all going to be different. Like they have different values and some are worth more for certain classes, some are worth less, etc. But when you're looking at a item, you're trying to aim for certain flame scores to know that like, okay, this is good enough for this type of item. Because if we go back to the site, Firefox. So at 160, you can see that the pure stats goes up to 54 and 63 on tier 7. A mixed stat gives 35. All stats can go up to 7%. But then if I drop this to like 140, these values go down. If I drop it down to 120, it goes down. If I put it up to 200, it goes up. So depending on the eye level of the item itself, they have different total values they can get. So for me, I'm going to be flaming this black bean mark, which is 135. So it's level 135. So that means that the total possible flame score, if I were to hit the perfect flame score for this item, would be 49 plus 28 plus 7% all stat. And what is the weapon magic attack value? Do they not show it here? Oh, it's because I'm on the weapon. Let's say it's eye accessory. Can I? Oh, can I not click on this? I need to. For some reason, I can't click off the weapon right now. I don't know why. Let me just enable these things, and maybe it lets me. That's annoying. Is the other flame calculator better for that then? Oh, this one's a bit annoying to use because you have to know like the flame thing, then you pick the level range. Armor, class, cadena, I guess. Oh, this one tells you how much equivalent it is, I see. Oh, this calculates it how much on average is going to cost, so this doesn't really help. Yeah, this doesn't really help. Okay, so that's not what we want. For some reason, I can't click on the different things, so I can't see one of the things, which is how much weapon and magic attack it could get maximum. But let's just pretend that we could get this with that. So that'd be 84 flame score just from the pure stat and mixed stat. Let's say it got 7%. So that would be plus 70. That'd be 154 flame score for this. And then let's say it gave like 20 points of that. So it could be 174 maximum. Usually when you're looking at items, you want to get at least like 1 tier 7 or like a flame score of like 80 to 100 for like beginner levels of gear. And then that's like good enough to settle on and then move your flames to something else. So like this Decidius earring right now is from the Challenger world. You got this as a burning item because it can't be given more potential and it can't be started up. So this is an item that you're not going to use forever because you're going to replace this because you're going to want to start it up eventually and such. But like with your Karma Black Flames that you have right now that you could get, I would definitely at least use them on these items. Like there's this Decidius earring, the Aquatic Letter Eye accessory, this Condensed Power Crystal. This is a real Mechanator. There's a Dom Pendant you get that you can pick. The belt that you have, I'd flame these to get them like 80 score. So like I said, the 80 score could be any combination of main stat plus magic attack power and all stat combined to add up to total to 80. So like this pink bead belt rolled insane. It has 64 luck and 6% all stat. So that's 124. That's a crazy pink bean belt for flame score, because that's really high. Meanwhile, my Decidius earring rolled 24 and 3%, so that's only 54. But because I can't upgrade this item and it's locked in its current state, I didn't really want to invest too much into it. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to flame this black bean mark. So when you're flaming this, you click... You click on the flame. You double click it, it pops up this little hammer thing. You click it on your inventory, and then it'll pop up this menu. It says a bunch of stuff that you don't really care about. I usually just hold enter while I'm doing this. And then with black flames, it shows you the before and after. So that's the nice thing about these flames, is that you can not lose your initial thing. Wait, this is a 6 attack power, so that's 6 times 4, that's 25. Yeah, it's still only, it's like a 40 flame. This is terrible. Well, I currently have 16 luck, 6 attack power, so this is 24 flame score down here for the attack power, plus 16. Oh, and there's also secondary stat. I forgot. One secondary stat, or 8 secondary stat is equal to 1 flame score. So like, because my dex is my secondary as this class, I think it's dex. Let's just pretend it's dex for now. I don't actually remember what my secondary stat is. I have to check once I'm off this menu. But you divide this 20 by 8, so it'd be 2.5 flame score for this 20 dex. Which can make the difference sometimes. What is my secondary as this class? Oh, it is Dex is my secondary, okay. The way you can tell what your secondary is usually whatever stat has the most base value secondary-wise is your second stat, or you go into the Google, you go to Grander's Library, and you check your class and it'll tell you what your secondary is. I believe for you as Luminous, it's Int main, Luck secondary. Back to flaming. Let's throw some more flames at this. I have 300 of these. Oh! So right here I got all stats 6%. So that's instantly 60 score. I have my secondary stat giving me a bit. Or is strength myself? Let me go check for Cadena because I genuinely don't remember. Grandest library. Classes. Scroll down to my cadena. Oh! Cadena is actually Dex and Strength secondary. That's why it's so weird. But yeah, this is an upgrade right away on that item. So that's a 60 flame score. We can move on to this item. So this item is a bit higher level because it's 160, so its flame score can go higher, just baseline. Well, we already have an 80. We already, like, this is, man, I am just rolling some crazy flames right off the bat. Oh, I'm stupid. Well, that flame just disappeared because I'm stupid. I clicked the wrong, well. It's better, but it doesn't have main stat. But this is flaming. You just kind of look at the item. Oh, so this Superior Golix belt is not a flame advantage item, so it's not a boss item. So its rolls are different than what it would be for a non-boss item. So it can, first of all, only go up to tier 5 maximum. Oh, let me pop this open. So this is a normal item for Golix. It's 150 baseline. It can only go up to tier 5 for this upper part. So that means it can only get all stat 5%, 40 pure stat, and 20 mixed stat. Versus if it was special, you see it goes up in tier. It has access to tier 6 and 5. But yeah, let's throw some flames on the Superior Golix to get it to be something decent. We're pretty much looking for all stat 3% and up on the Superior Golix. Well, we're done. 4% all stat, that's the best that's going to get. That I care about right now. Okay, so I need to do this. I don't have a real Dom. This thing is just set. Sweetwater Tattoo is also not a flame advantage score, so I'm just looking for something that's like semi-decent here. With just all stat on it. Well, that is an amazing flame for my character. Alright, so that's done. We're not going to do anything for that. This has no main stat on it, so throw some more flames at this. It's like 70-ish. Yeah, we can definitely get better than that. But that's flaming. There's really not much to it. You just go to the calculator to see like what the ranges are. To figure out like, oh, this is actually like usable. And what the range you're looking for. Because you're on the Challenger world, you don't do any of the Challenger pieces. So that locks out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 slots that you don't need to do. So that's a lot of stuff. Actually, I should do these after reset, because right now I am on a little bit of a time crunch. Let's throw 2 more flames into this and just see what happens. Nothing, okay. We're gonna do more flaming after reset, because I kind of forgot that I'm a bit on a time crunch to do this stuff. Got distracted by showing you. Oh, I had that still open. But yeah, that's flaming. I would aim for like 60 to 80 on a piece and then move to the next. And if you have leftover flames at that point, I would hold on to them till you get like real items from a boss or they're about to expire. And then just use them to try and improve something. You don't need to do any of the Challenger gear, so that you don't touch because that flame is a pretty insane flame. And you're not going to be replacing... You're probably not going to replace any of the Challenger gear the entire time you're on this server. So you're mostly looking at, like, accessories to flame for yourself. So, like, your belt, your earring, your face and eye, the 2 pendants, Those are the only things you can actually flame. Go buy my Monster Park tickets. Yeah, let's see. Do I have my drop gear equipped? No, I don't. Okay, let me put on my drop gear. Wait, no, I don't need my drop gear. Let's just do it, because I don't want to forget. And also equip this. But yeah, that's all I can think of right now that I should explain to you today, because that was a shit ton of information. If you have any other questions or something you want to know about, just ask. But I'll leave you on that for, like, explaining systems and stuff. Because, as you can probably assume, there is more to explain. There's always more things you got to look at. But we don't want to overload your mind. Okay, I'm back to having guild skills. Nice. We've been through a vast majority of the major systems and things that you'll interact with, though. So, that's good. Because, like, just how you gear up and get items, that's a whole other system of teaching you there. Because you have never Star Forced an item yet. And then how transfer items work and fodder and all that. Bleh, so many things. But you're not even close to that step of even, like, having a Star Force something. Did I have a blast at my Monster Park? I sure did, because you're going to be leveling me up to 266 today. Oh, it's the answering machine. I was like, what the heck is that weird beep sound that I just heard? So this is such a good spot to farm. So if you join your class Discord, they usually have like good training spots for your class and like where like good grind spots are, depending on the level bracket and stuff. Most of the time it's for 260 plus nowadays that they're looking at and they talk about, but there are previous areas for lower level zones. Because the things they're looking for clearing those earlier, like for clearing maps, is most monsters killed per hour. So because you're a Luminous, you're able to kill on absurdly big maps because your skill just bounces around and is very powerful. They'll even show you where to place your summons and like where you should place your skills. Usually in the little image of like, oh, this is where you grind at. Hello, Raiden. Welcome to the stream. I would definitely recommend you join the Luminous class Discord. And just like look through the FAQ and like look through stuff. And just read up about, because obviously they're going to know way more about the class than I will. I'm no expert at any class. But yeah, Raiden, what are you up to? How you doing? How goes the Frontier Gaming or whatever game you're playing at the moment? I know you were playing Dark Souls 3 a while ago. Not sure if you beat that or if you've moved on to a different Souls game. Playing some Dark Souls 3? Okay, still in the Dark Souls 3. Nice. Gonna fuck up Freed. What type of weapon you been playing in Dark Souls 3? You're making a PvP character? Ah. Yeah, Fort, big fan of the Souls series. Now that's a game I know. Yeah, I can't say I know everything about it. Like, I beat the game, I beat the DLCs, and I played through it, but, like, I don't know the best weapons. I don't know any of that. I just played the game. Yeah, FromSoft definitely cooked with the whole Souls series and, like, Demon Souls and every game. Like, every game that they make has been pretty solid. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Night Rain because I just don't really care about roguelikes that much. Like, they're fun, but it's not something I'll go out of my way. And, like, they're just a good series of games. They just keep hitting with their games. Even Armored Core. Is a good, like, that game is, series is also good. Just not a Souls-like. I'm just happy that, like, all the Souls-like games that people, like, the main ones, like Liza P, Wukong, Wolong, all those, well, Wolong's more like, I'd more consider it as a Neo game than, like, Neo 2, Neo 1, and eventually Neo 3 that's coming out next year. I'd consider that one more in that vein, but they're, like, classified as a Souls-like game, I guess. They've got enough in common. But all those games are just, like, very solid, fun games to play. I'm happy that the basic formula is easy enough to understand for game devs. That it's, like, pretty easy for them to actually do. Okay, that is done. Go do the bossing for the daily bosses real quick. The important ones, we'll do the other ones afterwards. We want Arcarium.
Still blind to the difference between courage and... I suppose I should thank you for barging in here. If you hadn't gone to the trouble of destroying my life's work, I'd feel a slight pang of guilt making you suffer.
I think one of the funniest things is how, like, if you play a Souls game blind and you get to certain bosses, some of the gimmick bosses, like, you won't know what you're doing. Like the giant, I can't remember. Is Nameless King the one that you have to get the souls to make him weaker so you can actually damage him? Like the first time I got to that boss, that you have to get the souls to be able to actually do damage to him there. I tried killing him normally. It was not fun. And I did succeed in the end, but holy moly, it was like a 2-hour fight. Because I was at least doing some damage. It wasn't with no souls or anything making him not weak. But like, I didn't have all the giant souls to make him actually killable. And then I later on learned that I was like, oh, I'm stupid. How many coins am I up to? 49, okay. Nameless King is the one that rides to the right. Ah, okay. Yeah. My knowledge of the game is a little iffy because it's been... When's the last time I opened this game? Dark Souls. The last time I played this game was in 2016. It's been a few years. Okay, is this guy leveled up? No, he's not leveled up. Okay. Alright. Pop this, pop that, pop this. Oh, I'm also forgetting. Go back to town real quick. Morning Star Feast. I want the victory badge. I want to buy 2. Morning Soul thing. Can I upgrade anything here? I don't think so, right? Nope. And then the other thing I need, not Challenger World. Where is it? What am I forgetting? Oh, these are the. Oh yeah, it's this thing right here. I want to claim one. Okay, we get those 2, and then we're good. Back to my rural library. Yeah, blocking you in the face is probably a bad idea, guys. You know, I don't imagine that's the best idea. Not getting hit, first step. Second step, if you're gonna get hit, don't block with your face. A lot of things there that should be common knowledge, but when you watch certain players play those games, they block with the face a little too much. Have you seen the changes, Raiden, to the Frontier server? How do you feel about those? How do you feel about the rain changes? Whack? Yeah, that's how I kind of feel too. The whole prayer change weapons and stuff like, oh, we're progressing too fast on that server. It's like, what? My man. Progression is slow as shit. Seven months, it's too fast. Yeah. Has to be minimum 2 years. Yeah, it's definitely weird. I don't really like the changes. I haven't actually played on Rain in a bit. You know, it's been quite a few months since I've played, but it's making me want to swap servers, to say the least. Transfer that data over to something else and play on a different server. I know that's what Sal did. Sal's on a different one. I think he's on Renewal? I want to say Renewal. Can't remember the exact name. Can't even type without getting shanked. I'm happy that you're enjoying the Dark Souls. I wonder if they're going to make another DLC for Elden Ring, or if they're just working on, like, Elden Ring 2, or if they're, like, a different Souls game. Like, I know they worked on Night Ring, but that was just, like, a side project for them. Because it wasn't even the main team, like, doing it. It was just, we're going to try this out and see how it goes. So I'm curious what the main game is being worked on. Next game I'm kind of looking forward to that's coming out is Borderlands 4. I'm still undecided if I'm going to be playing it on launch, or if I'm just going to give it a, like, wait and play it later type of approach. Because Borderlands 3 was pretty bad. I'd love to defend them, but Borderlands 3 was not so good. They've definitely got to get back some of my goodwill before I just kind of jump in and be like, oh yeah, it's from them. It'll be a good game, right? Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Souls-like games coming out. Because we have Neo 3 that's coming out next year, which is a major one, because Neo 2 is really fun. Me and Billy had a lot of fun beating that game. The Onimusha game, like you've mentioned, yep. I'm sure there's a bunch of other games, like, those are just 3... As trios, interesting. I did not know that. I've only watched, like, one video of it, like, oh, there's a beta for the game. And I watched that and saw it, and I was like, oh, it looks pretty decent. I didn't really go in depth because they said it's releasing next year, and I was like, alright, well, I don't need to care about you for a while. I wonder what made them decide to go to trios. Wait, didn't Neo... No, Neo 3 had... Or Neo 2 also had trios, didn't it? Yeah, it did, because I was playing... It was me, Attila, and Billy that were playing at certain points in Neo 2. Phantom Blade Zero looks sick, according to the trailers. Don't know that one. Let's give that a quick Google search here. Let's pop this and just delete the map for a second while I Google this. Phantom Blade Zero. Okay. Okay. I like the art style of it already. A lot of, like, Wolong and just, Wukong-inspired looking style of games right now. Just that feudal Japan, Korea, wherever they place it in, but just that, like, looks like a parry-like, which I suck at. I'm a panic roller. I don't really parry. I usually either block with a shield, or I just roll. I tend to roll 99% of stuff. I've just never been, like, my instinct is not to parry stuff. I did get a lot better at parrying in Elden Ring, though. I will say that much. I really wish there's just better ranged combat in those games. Because ranged combat can cheese so much stuff, they always, like, gimp it in some way of, like, either you don't have nearly enough ammo to actually kill stuff with. I just wish ranged combat wasn't just, like, you have to be a magic user to use ranged combat type of thing. I wish there was, like, a system for arrows or something that you could do that used, like, the MP bar. It could be the same thing as casters, where you use, like, the MP bar, but you have the ability to regen your resource in combat. Because, like, some of the bows are actually really fun to use. It's just so limited of a combat style. Because the first playthrough I did of Elden Ring was a bow-only playthrough. I didn't end up beating the game, because, like, I just got sucked into other games at the time. And when I went back, I mostly played two-handers. But, like, you just would run out of arrows on a lot of bosses, so you need to bring, like, max stack of craftable arrows and craft, like, multiple types, have the backup so you can craft more in the field, and, like, you just run out of arrows, and it was really annoying. It sucked. I feel like if you take the Melania fight slow, or like when me and Billy did it, we did it on the co-op mod. And the big problem is with the co-op mod, she heals based on a percentage. Like, she just heals percentage based, right, when she hits you. And because of the default modifier that was on, for how much more HP Melania had due to the co-op mod, if I got hit at all as a melee user, she would heal like 6 times the amount of damage I would do to her in a hit. So, like, it was just terrible. I couldn't actually damage her. If I got hit at all, or Billy got hit, she would just heal any of the damage I did. So it kind of just turned into a game of, I'm sitting there dodging all the attacks, while Billy just blasts away with magic and does all the damage. We killed it. It took us a while to do. We didn't meme through it. It was like 2-3 hours of like fighting her. But like, we practically had to play perfect to not heal her, otherwise we would just be back to ground zero every time. So it wasn't really like the correct Melania challenge, you know? It's not really the average experience, because in the normal fight, when you get hit by her, she heals, sure. But you're still able to, like, at least kind of brute force it, I guess is the best way to put it, where you're able to actually damage her and do it. We didn't have that option. So that was a bit unfortunate. Did I try the third option? What's the third option in this case here? Not get hit? We definitely tried that one. Get good? Well, we did get good because we did beat it. We got good because we beat it. Maybe not in the perfect way of getting good, but we did end up beating it. Because we killed every boss. We didn't have the DLC. We never played through the DLC. That's the one thing we didn't do in Elden Ring. Because by the time we finished the whole base game and all that, we were like, do we really want to go into DLC right now? And it was like, nah. So we never actually played the Elden Ring DLC yet. But we beat, I want to say, every boss. Like, we explored the entire map as best as we could without using a guide to, like, oh, there's a catacomb boss here that we missed or something. At the end of the day, if you're still breathing and your opponent's not, you won. No matter what people say. Whether it was a fair fight or you cheated the victory, it don't matter. You killed it. It's like when people get pissed at using co-op or summons to play in Elden Ring, and I'm just like, yeah, sure, you beat it and you technically are better at the game because you killed it without summons and all this, and you, like, just did the fight. But he still beat the game. He still beat the fight, you know? He still did it. Like, I just don't get those people because, like, am I going to bitch at somebody because they played through a game because there's, like, a story mode difficulty because they're just there for the story and they just want to chill through the game? No. If that's how you want to enjoy the game, go on right ahead. You're having fun. Who am I to deny somebody's fun? Yeah, exactly. Like, if I'm able to have access to this tool, and this is how I decide to play the game, you still beat the game just the same I did. Because, like, if we want to get to the nitty-gritty, that person bitching about somebody beating it with summons and stuff, you're probably not doing it at soul level 1 with no gear equipped and just punching it now, are ya? Because people have beaten the game like that. Those challenge runners for Souls games are pretty nuts. So, like, somebody's always going to one-up whatever challenge you do. Because, like, even the guy who punched through the game beat every boss by punching it. Yeah, well, did you do every single Souls-like game deathless without being hit? Because somebody did that. It's like, I can always just one-up you with some other crazy challenge somebody did. Yeah, let me get the video of that. It's like a 4-hour video or something, but... And it does cut through some parts, but his full VODs are on YouTube and Twitch to prove, like, yes, I didn't cheat any of this. Let me get that VOD real quick. All Souls games deathless, hitless. Gino Machino. 3 hours and 37-minute VOD. They would crumble to the funny side of funny bipolar go. L's? Yeah, I don't think so. I think Gino would come into Monster Hunter and absolutely ram Frontier. Once he got used to the systems and how it plays, like, he would just meme on it. That man is a machine. That's the video of him playing through all of the games of Dark Souls. I did it have Demon Souls? Let me see. What was the thumbnail here? It has Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. All 7 games beaten, hitless. And by hitless, not just bosses, I mean he never got hit a single time through any of the games. I think he's trying to do one where he does every game and all the bosses also. Because he's also done, like, every single boss in Elden Ring hitless, deathless. Like, he just does crazy challenges. Gino is, like, really impressive. I get hit by the first enemy wild. Yeah. So, like, obviously, he kind of, like, as he calls it, scripts the boss. Because, you know, you can kind of screw around with the AI to make it so it only does certain moves, or, like, you'll be able to avoid certain moves by just, like, if I position myself at this set distance and never get closer and stuff, like, it won't do these hard-to-dodge moves. But, like, still, the setup, the prep, knowing which boss, what weapons, what you're using to do it, like, what? That's crazy. Because, like, I've done some bosses hitless and stuff, but to do it consistently, to be able to do a full speed run of all the games back to back to back, and never be hit by anything, like, that's a pay grade above what I play at, okay? I consider myself pretty good at video games, but that's, like, I'm not good enough at any series to try and do something of that level. Yeah. I don't really care about New Game Plus in Souls games. Like, some of the Souls games it's worth going to New Game Plus because there's new content and stuff. But like in Elden Ring, like they've definitely gone away from making New Game Plus have a lot of content. For the different endings? Yeah, that makes sense. You're wanting the different endings and stuff, that's definitely a way to do it. Of just like, oh, I'll play through New Game Plus now. I don't need to do all the bosses, I'm just kind of doing the ending. I just play through the game. That's another thing about Souls games. Some of the endings, giga hard to figure out. The quest lines to do NPC quest lines, get out of here. You're not figuring that shit out almost ever. Elden Ring was by far the simplest of them for some of the quest lines. Like, there were definitely, like, the Rani ending, A lot of people got that as their first like ending and didn't realize like this is a special ending, guys. You know, like it's not the common one that everybody's gonna get. Just because like that quest line was relatively easy to follow and people were pretty good at it. But random NPCs doing all their quest line to get all their gear and stuff, like you're not doing that naturally. You're gonna get lost and befuddled and just mess something up. The older Soul games are way worse for it. They didn't tell you shit. They dropped you in the deep end and were like, have fun. Oh, what's this? You went into this zone early because you didn't know this fucks up the Solaire quest line and now he's dead? Tough luck. Oh, what's this? You did this order of zones? Oh, well you've already messed up like 4 storylines because you entered this zone. And like the worst part about the quest lines is most of the time they do not have a happy end. Like, your NPCs that you're helping out, yeah, their endings are not jovial. Patches, I hate that, dude. Yeah. Patches is either a character you enjoy because you're like, yeah, I know what you're gonna do and you're a dickhead, but whatever. I don't mind you, you know, you're doing what you do. Or you absolutely hate him because he's a dickhead and you're just like, no, fuck you. Some people kill Patches on sight. I always kill him in all the games. Sorry, not sorry. See, we have 2 different people already. We got Fork with the he instantly dies as soon as I see that bastard. And then we got Raiden who's like, nah, that's my homie. I like Patches as a reoccurring character though. I like that he's just a character that no matter what game they make, they make him come back in. Because he's in Elden Ring, you know? It's like, he's in the Souls games, he's in Elden Ring. Patches just exists. Is it the same Patches each time? We don't know. Is Patches some higher power that can just traverse dimensions and, like, do whatever? We don't know. All we know is he's gonna be there and he's gonna fuck with us. Up. Patches lives to punish greed and I respect him for that. I have a thing where I kill NPCs before going into New Game Plus. Yeah, that makes sense. You definitely feel bad for some of the NPCs. They got dealt a shitty hand, and there's nothing you can do to save them. Or, like, you try your best to help them, and in the end, you could not save them. It makes you, like, actually care about. He pushed. Most people's first experience with Patches is getting kicked in the backside, into a hole. Into the darn cave in Dark Souls 1. And then you get gangbanged by some giant skelly bros, and you're like, what the fuck just happened to me? He's a silly guy. Like I said, we got 2 different types of people, and A little bit of tomfoolery in a 10-foot fall will never hurt anybody. Yeah, surely. Surely that won't hurt anybody. Oh, if I get hit, it resets this. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Alright, we did it. We successfully changed our inner ability. Now I tell other Souls players there's an OP weapon off by the side of a cliff too. I love how the Souls community will tell you there's a secret door here. But the message is, there's never a secret door. It doesn't exist. They're trolling the shit out of you. Or, hey, there's a secret boss down off this cliff. Just jump off. Yeah, don't fall for that too, okay? 1 in a million times it'll be correct. But most of the time, you're leaping to your death, and congratulations, that's a +1 to your death counter. Invisible door here. Okay. Try a finger, butthole. Yes. Woman ahead. Try a finger. Dead end on a dead end is so funny to me. See, those are the messages I like, because it's like, yeah, it's a dead end, dude. Amazing chest ahead. We all know what that refers to. Whatever Souls game could that one be that you would have first seen it in and been like, oh yeah, amazing chest is ahead. I also like the fact that they're like, Elden Ring was more story driven than the other Souls games, for like just giving you a storyline that you're not like you're gonna understand at least the gist of it while playing through the game. But the other Souls games is all about like, to find out the lore and what's happening, you must read the items and piece together what has happened, which is kind of a cool storytelling method. Or, you know, you go watch VadiVidya and just get the lore video from him because, well, let's be real, it's pretty rough. Yeah, you picked up that turd? Well, that turd has a story to it. You better read about it. Let's hold off on activating that rune for 30 seconds so I can pop all my XP buffs and use the rune at the same time. I mean, yeah, Souls games are definitely the skill check game of the universe at this point of like, you're either going to enjoy this game and rise up to the challenge, or you're just not going to have fun and you're going to quit, and that's perfectly fine. It is not a game made for everybody. What are your favorite types of weapons to use in, like, the Souls games? What is your, like, default? You a katana person, two-hand, greatsword, walk around, smack? Some daggers, you know, rapiers, whips? You're a nutcase like me who likes bows? Claymore all the way. Okay. Raiden's an axe boy. Or halberd. I like the whips. I like using whips. I enjoy my ranged weapons, so I've always got a bow. But like, whip weapon is probably my favorite weapon type to play. Scythes also. Scythes, whips, those are the two default I usually go for if I get them. You two-hand everything. I like to dual wield. A whip in both hands or a scythe in both hands can be really fun. Power Stancing was such a great addition to that game. Now not all dual-wielded weapons are great. But God, is it fun. And Ultra Greatsword plus Rapier combo. There's a lot of kooky stuff you can do with weapons combos. I just find it so funny, right? Like, when you watch the people speedrun and play, like, Elden Ring, like Gino and stuff, right? When he's doing his no-hit, beating every game. Like, that man goes into a boss fight, and he one-shots the boss in some cases, because he's just got the perfect setups. Your average Souls player doesn't even know what the hell, like, 90% of the buffs are. They're not using powders on their weapons. They're not using, like, any of the buff skills, like Power Within and all that stuff. Like, they don't even know what that is. And it's just so funny to see, like, how much easier the game can become if you use the tools available to you. But new players just don't really, like, look into it and prep. Because, like, even just the basic thing of, like, I put a powder on my weapon for 2 minutes or however long it lasts, and I literally double my damage to this boss because he's weak to it. Because how do you get better at the game? You either get better through skill, or you just do so much damage that the boss just dies. You know, if you're only in the boss fight for 30 seconds, it's hard to fuck it up at that point. Go Alpine Bundle, my beloved. Oh! Oh! I was one away from succeeding. That minigame is an RNG one, where you just hope that you pick the correct side to go up. And hold up. And then if you do manage to make it to the top, interact with the top to get out of the minigame. There's an achievement for doing that at least once to get to the top. It's pure RNG, 50-50. You're picking one of two options, and you're either correct or wrong. Usually I'm lazy, and I just pick a side, and I hold up, and I hope for the best. Oh, by the way, Fork, if a portal ever appears for you, it is 100% worth, no matter what level, no matter what you're doing, to go in it and just do whatever the minigame is. Whether it be killing the mobs, doing the minigames like I just did with going up, or the Bounty Wharf portal, it is always worth going into them because it is a ton of XP. The only time you'll ever have to be worried about it, yeah, the boss portals and like the kill portals, like the red, gold, and purple portal, especially the purple portal, the Aspharia one, giga worth. Always go into them, always do them. The only time you'll ever not do them is when you're late game and you're on a contested map. So there's multiple people looking for that map and it's highly contested. Because when you go into that portal, you leave the map, so you could lose the map. But for you, no matter what level you're at right now, you're not going to be at those levels where the maps are contested enough to worry about it. Oh, the Infernal Wolf isn't gonna be killed by you. Like, you just do a bit of damage to it. You get a ranking based on the amount of damage you do. So there's moderate, subs. There's 4 rankings to it. I don't remember the exact names for all of them. But you just burst and do as much damage as you can and hope you get higher than moderate. If you're getting moderate no matter what, even if you use your like full burst and all your cooldowns and everything in there, then you can just go in and like press whatever, you're going to get moderate no matter what. But if you can do a higher rank, and how to tell what rank you got is at the end of the portal when you're talking to the guy, after you've been in there for the 10-15 seconds you're in there for, he'll tell you in one of the dialogue things of like, oh, you did moderate damage, or substantial, or excellent, or however much. And that determines what bag you're going to get. Which, these little bags right here, advanced hunter pouches and stuff like that, it'll determine which one of these you get. And they have random rewards. Well, like, just going in, even if you do just moderate, it gives you, like, 3,000 mob kills or something like that. There's a formula to how it calculates based on the mobs you're fighting in that zone. And then it multiplies, like, the base XP of that mob to, like, a really high amount. And then it also will add all your bonus XP modifiers. So, like, your double XP, triple XP coupon, double XP coupon, VIP buff, extreme gold potions, your blessing, the buff from being on the challenger world that gives you 1.5% XP obtained. Like, it adds all of those to it also, to the portals. Oh, that reminds me. I need to show you something. So you've been doing monster parks, right? You've been getting these boxes. Okay. I love false alarm sneezes. They're so fun. Where you get the whole wind up and then it's like nothing. So for the boxes you've been getting from Monster Park, you can open every single one except for the Sunday and Saturday ones. So the Sunday ones give you XP items that'll time out. So unless you need a double EXP coupon or something of that nature, you don't open the Sunday ones. And then the reason for the Saturday one you don't open is because Saturday can give any of the boxes rewards from the weekly boxes. So it could be a Sunday XP coupon. So like usually the order is open everything but Sunday and Saturday. And then the Saturday box that gives any of the days you open first if you're looking for double XP coupons. And then the Sunday you open for when you're just going for XP coupons and you're out of Saturday boxes. Because those have a time limit on it and the rest of the stuff don't have time limits. And what that also gives you is a coin, which goes into your ETC thing. Right here, these Monster Park commemorative coins. What you can do with those coins is there's a vendor in there. I'll show you it once I'm done in here. Once I'm done this, like, 20 minutes of farming, I'll show you what to do with those coins. Because you can buy some buffs. Yeah, so if you talk to that vendor, he's got a special tab and a generic tab that you can buy stuff from. In the special tab, there's these extreme gold potions, extreme green potions, extreme red potions, and extreme red blue potions. Just give me a second here. I gotta kill these mobs here real quick. Yeah, that's fine enough for now. I don't need to worry about that too much. But you're going to want to buy some extreme gold potions with your coins, some extreme green potions, and for you it's blue potions. But you can also buy some red potions. So the red potion gives 2000 HP and attack power plus 30 for 30 minutes. The green potion gives you attack speed +1. And the blue potion gives 2000 MP and 30 magic attack. So very good for you. And then the final potion is these green gold potions, and that gives you plus 10% XP obtained for 30 minutes. So when you're grinding, you're always going to want to pop a green, your blue or red potion, depending on what type of class you are, and a gold potion, because that gives you just 10% XP while you're grinding. And then if you're bossing, you don't want to pop the gold potion, but you'll pop the other 3 potions for extra MP and HP. And the attack speed. Like, you're a Luminous, so you need attack speed +1 in your inner to get to attack speed 10 with the green dot. But yeah, I would just open up my boxes, other than the Saturday and Sunday boxes. Use those, get some of those potions, and use them when you're farming. Or if you go to a boss that you're having to try on, like Chaos Zakum, I'd definitely get those potions to buff yourself up with it, because it's more damage, it'll help you clear faster. Less time in the boss fight means less chances of dying out. Try to join a guild, like I said. That's more buffs that you can get. Eventually somebody will accept you into the guild. Because, like, it's usually not that hard to find one. As long as you sign up to some of them, somebody will log in eventually and, like, accept you into the guild, usually. It also depends on what you tried to join, right? The description and stuff. Some of them are like, hey, put a message in your thing of why you want to join the guild, and we'll accept you. So as long as you read the little, like, opening statement, usually it's not that bad. But you can't use the guild skills until you've been in the guild for 24 hours. Usually walk on a mini treadmill while farming in this game. I got to 38k steps the other day. See? Who said video games can't make you have a workout? But yeah, it's definitely good to do other activities while you're farming. I stream, so I talk to chat most of the time while I'm farming and stuff. I'm also an active farmer class. As a Luminous, you'll be a pretty passive, like, farming class early on. Eventually, I turn into a passive farm. Eventually. We need some more levels on a certain skill before we get to that point, though. This game passes by time fast. It's definitely one of those games that you can, like, kind of turn off your brain and just do stuff, and it's pretty fun. And then once you get to, like, bossing and stuff, that's when your brain turns on, you're learning bosses, you're getting better at the game, and it's like, I'm progressing. And the cool thing is, you can progress like 90% of the game purely solo. Like, you'd never need to join a group. The only thing you need to do is, like, join a guild to get the guild buffs. Well, like... So, you see how I'm moving around a bunch right now? And I'm using a bunch of different skills to clear the map? That's active farming. Passive farming is like... You're gonna have some summons you maintain, that you have to replace like every minute. But literally, like, all you do is you'll be like standing here, let's say. You press one button, and the map just full clears. And that's what's considered passive farming. So as a Luminous, because of reflection, you're probably going to be like on the map, you press reflection once or twice and like the map full clears. And the only thing you're going to have to do is like every 2 minutes or a minute, you have to replace your summon, like your fountain right here. And looting the map to loot the meso bags. So that's what people consider passive. There's also this skill that you don't have access to yet because you're not 260. But this skill called Soul Janus. So right now, if you see these lightning bolts falling from the sky every now and then, that is my Soul Janus hitting mobs that are far away from me and killing them for me. It does damage to them. There's another form of that skill you can swap it over to. Because there's Dusk and Dawn. Dawn makes a giant orb on the map that you can summon up to 3 of them when the skill is at level 25. So from level 1 to 10, or 1 to 9, you only get 1 of the orbs. At 10, you get 2 of the orbs. And those orbs, like if I were to get my Soul Janus to level 10 right now, I could put an orb here, and the fountain right here. And literally the only thing I would do, it would be sitting mid. I would press the attack button. That would activate both of the Dawn orbs. And those would just kill 80% of the map. And the Urda Fountain over here would be dealing with the last 20%. So that's what's considered passive farming. Is once you get Soul Janus high enough that it can just use the orbs. And the orbs are just clearing the map for you while you like sit in a place and press a button every like 15 seconds or so. So that's what's considered passive farming. And then the only thing you need to do once you have the orbs is every minute, you go replace your summons, you loot the map, and then you're back to just sitting here and like pressing a button. Some people absolutely hate passive farming. So they just always end up being like active farmers that press more buttons and like they're clearing bigger maps. Because as you can imagine, not all maps are built the same. This map I think has a max of 32 mobs. There are maps in this zone that have 38 mobs per map. So obviously if you have more mobs on the map and you're able to full clear it, you are literally clearing more mobs per hour than the guy on the 32 mob map, no matter what, because you just have more mobs. Luminous is able to go to those giant maps and get more mob spawns and kill them, because your farming is ridiculous. So you usually have a higher rate of farming than, like, let's say a cadena would, which is what I'm playing. Until I get my Soul Janus and, like, all the tools I need to be able to actually farm those bigger maps. Which, like I said, if you're in the class Discord, you go and like look for farming guides and stuff. Like in the FAQ, usually there's some. But there's also like other, like there's usually a literal chat that's just like, hey, this is for farming. And you can ask questions there and like find more maps and pin comments that are like, hey, these are the maps we farm on for your class. And then you can see where to set up all your stuff and all that. Because like farming can feel real bad until you get the gist of how to farm. Right, like if you're on a map and you're not full clearing it, and the other guy, you know he's making like double the amount of mesos, just because you don't know what you're doing, that feels bad. But once you start min-maxing it and you get better at it, and you're like, ooh, I'm making like, instead of 100 million mesos per hour, I'm making like 400 million per hour now because I just improved like my positioning and how I clear the map. It feels really good. Because Mesos is how you progress. You need the base item, and then you need a shit ton of Mesos to be able to upgrade the items. So the more of those you get, the better it is. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, but never make dupe classes. So like, there is zero reason to have 2 cadenas or 2 luminous on your account. They will count for the Legion levels if you have 2 of them, but it doesn't give you a new Link skill. It's not like you can stack up 2 of the same Link skills. And you also can't put them on your Legion board. So if I had 2 level 250s of the same class, you can't stack up the same Legion block on the board. They only allow you to use the highest level one. So there is literally zero reason to ever make a second Luminous on your account at any point. Unless it's like on a different server. But like once you transfer over to Kronos, no reason to have 2 of the same class. This is not like Lost Ark or WoW or some other game that like having dupes lets you share stuff between them or anything like that. No, that doesn't work. Man, I cannot believe I didn't get an actual, like, Urda. Let's just do the origin, take a sip of water while this is going on. Ah. Almost out of water. Gonna have to refill my cup soon. At least the weather has calmed down, and today's a beautiful day. And it's not 300 million degrees and muggy as hell. We have finally broken the heat spell that we've had for the past like 2-3 weeks now. I think the thing I like most about Maplestory is that I always feel like no matter what I'm doing in the game, I am progressing my account in some way, shape, or form. You do those monster parks on a character, you get an XP, you level it up, progressing Legion, getting that character to be able to do Lomians and like higher bosses to make more mesos. Like it just feels good. I also like the fact that like stuff is a long-term goal and not just like when you play WoW or like FF14 or Final Fantasy 14. You can just go into the patch, you'll be at endgame, and just be kind of chilling there. You do the content, and then even if you come back in like 5 months, you just instantly catch back up, and you're still on the same like progression as everybody. Don't get me wrong, it is fun to do that, right? Like it's not a bad thing. But I do also like the other side of the coin, where you long progress something, and it's like, yeah, it's a goal that I'm setting up like in 4 months or 3 months, this goal will be accomplished, type of thing. 2 more minutes of farming, and then I'll be done farming. Let's see, alright, what do we have left to do on this? We got all these dailies, I gotta go for 500 mobs in this zone. What did we make at the end of the day? We made quite a few fragments, because I think I was like 100, so I made quite a few fragments today. Of these solar fragments. Let's see, how far am I on this? I need 75 for the next level, so that'll be level 8. 2 more levels to have my Soul Janus at level 10. Oh, it's 5 Solar Ditto. Holy moly, that's a lot of Solar Ditto. Okay. I have to get some lucky drops to speed up that process. And let's go looting the rest of this stuff. Get the meso bags, and we're going to pop off this map and continue the daily stuff. Oops. Oh, I never did Ursus. That's unfortunate. I forgot to do that earlier today. Well, whatever. I'll do it at reset. Yay. Oh, wait. Huh, I was looking at the wrong number. We're only at 200 mobs killed of the 500 needed for this. Right, and I just logged into Dark Souls 3. God, looting this map is such a pain. Daddy duties call. Taking care of the family. Very important to do. Not something you can just ignore. I've definitely seen some parents who don't care about it, but you know. It is what it is. Alright, that's 500 mobs. Let's go to the other maps now. Much easier to clear these other maps because I only have to kill 100 mobs. This is 13, so tomorrow I'll be able to upgrade that. Probably just gonna get the boss damage one. Or not boss damage, but go for ignore defense. Yeah, ignore defense, get that up to 35% is the next, then I'm gonna go normal enemy damage. Okay, next map. Reminds me, this guy's leveled up. Alright, let's get pop you out so next time I'm doing this I don't mess up. And mobs done. Next map. My brain keeps forgetting that it's just 100 mobs because it's been 200 mobs for these maps for like literal, as far as I can remember, because the patch just happened a few weeks ago for this to change it to 100, and I always like forget. I'm not used to it, so I kill like way more mobs than I need to per map. Damn, a couple Sias here. Let's go. Hello, Sias. Okay. Next map. Hmm. Okay, next respawn we'll have that done. Oh, I actually forgot to tell you about one thing. When Fart comes back, I need to tell him about that. For not the Lux Sauna tickets, but the fact that you can AFK in a map and get XP for free. And this map's done. Let's go to this one. We got 2 more to do. Then we're gonna go do Commercy. Okay, that's done. Next map. Yeah, that's done. Let's go to Commercy. To the first channel. Oh my god, this person has this equipped but doesn't have a pet. Or doesn't have an android. It's not doing anything yet, my man. You're messing up. This guy not gonna recruit another person? There we go. What? Why did I get expelled? What the fuck? What is going on here? Invite the party? Yes. Invite the party? What the fu- I just, like, what happened to me? Did I not do... Do I need to talk to this shit? No, I literally... I don't understand why I got expelled. That's fucking stupid. I've not had that happen before where I join a party for this and then suddenly I get kicked before they go in. Yeah, it's not like I did it. It's like, did I randomly do it somehow? Alright, well hopefully I can get a party here. Surely some more people pop up in here and I can do it. This is so weird. Hey, I got a party and I can do this BQ now. Get my coins. How many coins am I going to do? Can I buy the other item yet? Yes, I can buy the other item. Nice. Oh, shit. We're actually getting so lucky right now. It's nice. I see. Okay. Huh. I see. I'm just gonna accept that I get 2 runs and I'm not gonna fuck these people. I'd rather not do that to them. Those freaking people, man. How did they end up doing 2 runs? And not having the third one. Ah. That's weird to me. And very annoying. Oh, whatever. Okay, so we got these bosses we need to do. Oh, I should probably actually turn in these. That would be better for me to do that before I forget. There you go, get some XP. Okay, don't have anything to enhance that with. Do we have one of these nodes? Nope. Defense smash. Oh yeah, what is my ship level at? Vessel. Almost level 10. Alright, so we're almost there at level 10, and then I'll be able to upgrade this. Good lord, this is kind of full. I need to go clear out this. This isn't useful. I cannot drop items here. Interesting. Oh yeah, did I activate this? Profession order. Oh my god, it didn't start. Oh, that's unfortunate. Enter the trade system, yes. Sweetwater is going to be boss damage, and the condensed... Man, it's crazy how fast you break the boss set, actually. You don't really get to use the boss set. Yeah, I did the kills, I did that, the farming, that, Ursus. Ursus is the only one I haven't done, and I don't think there'll be people doing it. Maybe there's people doing it, and I can go sneak in a run. And at not double XP, it's, or double MSO rate. Got a few more runs of this to do. Take Dom. Double of attack. That's a really good one. What the heck? Yeah, because I only have 12% luck. Arnie also bought the Cantabile. Yeah, that makes sense. $52 luck. Yeah, 52 luck is better than 4% all stat. Maybe I use some more funds to get a better one. This, go in. Okay, how many of the— oh, okay, this is the last one. I was like, how many more of this can I actually do? Like, okay, we're gonna go do Ursus after this. We're gonna go hit the place to disassemble gear. Get rid of a bunch of this stuff. Solid isn't important. Cracked isn't important. This isn't important. That is a reinforced spell, but I already have golden clovers. So that's not that important. We can put it over here just for reason's sake. This is dead. Yeah. Ursus move. Ready. Let's see, is there people? There's people. Okay, we'll be able to do this pretty quickly then. Do I need the Decidius earrings at all at this point? Like, am I going to be using these for something? Because the Estella is going to become drop gear once I have Superior. My Estella is already there. Yeah, okay, so. It's that. So we can get rid of the Deciduses. Keep the golden clovers because we need those. Try and 20 star or something. And we are just losing people as we go. Okay, this is over. Yep. Alright, well. No Ursus. Let's go to Ardent Mill. From here, we're going to do this right here. Click all of these items and disassemble them. Keep on clicking this to extract them. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Let's hop out of here. Let's go murder some bosses. Hey, a cube! I didn't even know these guys could drop cubes on the normal versions. It's pretty good for me. Hello, hello. Okay, the Skylight Burrows are dead. Now those guys are dead, and now we kill Hilla. And you get some more items to disassemble. Hello, Papillatus. Okay, and that's looted. Let's grab to the next boss. It's the CRA boys. Raz, are you still listening? How many bosses does Shuda have to do? I didn't actually read the messages yet. I've seen there's been quite a bit of yapping, though. Oh, Frederick! The suspicious herb pouch. Let's go. But the only thing you sold that was relevant there. A wolf has been killed. Nice. Why did it take you so long to pop up, Vellum? Von Leon, Horntail, Pink Bean. We're almost done the daily bosses.
Did you come here to fight me alone? Or perhaps you're with that band of idiots that call themselves the Alliance? No matter. Your purpose will not change what I am about to do to you.
And oh. Okay, it's just 3 more daily bosses, then I'm done these. Then we're gonna go craft some stuff. Pop, 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 bop, bop, and it's done. And goodbye, Horntail. Okay, that's done. Ranmaru. And we go for Pink Bean. Oh, I'm surprised that that doesn't one-shot him. The explosion doesn't one-shot Pink Bean. Interesting. Alright, and that's done, that's done. The other thing I can do today is Monster Park Extreme. I could also go do those. Okay. Let's go do the crafting, though. Garden Mill. And what I mean by crafting is actual crafting and disassembling stuff, so I don't let this get out of hand again. Oh shit, it's a better cup. How is it a better cup? I guess the 5 attack power, yeah. Actually, let's put the good cups like that and have that separation like this. And you can go like this. Damage gear. Alright, let's press this. Not alchemy, we want herbalism. 17. How many? Oh my god, I got a lot of crafting to do actually. Holy. Close to leveling up? Not really. Oh yeah, the daily gift. Claim the daily gift. Boss monster rewards. Just claim those, yeah. Receive all. From that, we also need to do professions, claim that, and just claim all these items. Of those. While that's going on, we can just assemble some of these nodes. Or when they select entire page, yep. Extract, yep. My nodes, nope. No crafting, craft. Eight. Max that out. What do we get? Any blue nodes? We got a rope whiff. That's not very useful. But we enhance. Well, there's level it up at least, so that gives it an extra point. That's nice. Symbol. Select entire page. Extract. Yes. Four. I guess we can also level up familiars while we're doing this. That's not the right button. This is the button. $71. Yes. Select all. Unclick these. Use. 29. Wait. Okay, that's interesting. We rank this up. And what do we get? Terrible. Select all. Okay, I don't know why I was so weird like that, but sure. Use. Yes. Select all. That'll fuse into. System is delayed. Okay, let's see. Do we get something here? Okay, that's a weird healing fam, but we'll take it. I don't know how that works exactly. Of these. Combine these with thing. Alright, those are done. Open up these boxes. Oof. This gets very laggy, gotcha. Third pouch, yeah. Okay, those are done. 5 of those. Is there anything in here that I need to use that I haven't used yet? Doesn't seem like it. Guess I could use that. Oh, I got a pet. Okay, that's cool. We have that pet. We don't need to open any more of those. Okay. Complete that. Level up Ursulism. Yes, I would like to level it up. Don't actually know what it does, to be honest, but may as well do it because I'm getting mastery done with it, so why not? This can get to legendary. How do I have more legendary ones than I have the other one? That's kind of crazy. Doesn't happen very often. Okay, those are done. Hero Merchant, I need to talk to you. Basic mold, let's buy like 200 of these. 200 of those, 200 of those, 200 of those. Two hundred of those, 200 of these, 200 of those, 200 of those. Do I have the potion abrasive stuff? It would be under recovery potions in this. Yeah, I do have some of these, but not all of them. Okay. Alright, let's go make some mining stuff. Holy shit. Alright. This is gonna have another upgrade. Gonna upgrade the Grandis. Okay, mining's been leveled up. 38. Already done with those. I don't need any more of those. I need to buy one of these tickets. Guess I'm just gonna buy being event ring cubes. Because I can't think of anything else I need on the account. Okay, use those up. Okay, 2 more and then this levels up. Nice. Let's just craft these. The heck has durability? What is this shit? I don't think I've ever seen that on an item. You know that was a thing. There's a chance. 26% chance to succeed that. Interesting. Oh, was that? Reset has happened if the game dies for a second. Okay, so that's 6 plus that. This one's pretty mid. This is a 40. How much flame score should I aim for Sweetwater? Flame score on Sweetwater. Why does this keep getting hidden behind this? So annoying. Oh, I know why. Trying to figure out what is the best. Oh shit. Level that up. And yes, craft the last aquamarine. The joys of crafting in this game, very AFK. But let me look up something while I'm trying to see here. Ah, shit, maple. Does it show my gear? It doesn't, huh? See, maybe... Uh, does this work? Okay, so the best is 85 for Golux. $50+ is what people are saying. Okay. So this is 40 with one line. 60 is end game. 50+ is good. Okay, so I want to look 50+. Can I flame while I'm doing this? Yes, I can. Bye. Wait, what? Deleted my... It didn't even use the flame. What is going on there? My server lag. Terrible. Okay, so it just has a chance of, like, deleting itself right now, because I guess of when this completes. Wow, okay, we're done. It's 105. Black bean mark, that's done. This one also isn't that great, honestly. So let's give that some more flames. How did this map get so laggy all of a sudden? Well, that's a 90. I think that's good enough. Jesus. Okay, that's done. This one has 40. Stroke some more flames into this one here. Hello, Nasmul. Welcome to the stream. What's up? Actually, how much of a flame score is this? So... Uh, one all stat is 10 main stat, 3 attack, 12 and 12, okay. I'm doing pretty well, how about you? Yeah, that's like a 40 though, that's alright. This map is pissing me off for using these flames, but... 44 of these. I know enough about the game. I can answer most questions. If you just ask the question, I can tell you if I can help you with it or not. I don't know stuff about, like, the ultra endgame things, but anything, like, mid-game and below, I pretty much have an answer for, or at least can help you out with it. More, would you recommend this game to someone who's never played it before? I would recommend it, yeah. It's a great time to start in the game right now, because there's some nice events going on. You get a lot of, like, progression done pretty quickly. There is definitely a lot to learn, right? If you've never had experience with MMOs, it's going to be very overwhelming at first, just learning all the stuff. But if you just take things, like, one step at a time and don't worry too much about trying to min-max or go crazy, it really won't be that bad. But I would try it out. It's free to play, right? So, like, you just hop in, you start playing it, you see how you feel. Progression is never lost. If you start playing, you get to, like, level 50, let's say, or something, right? Like, that doesn't take that much time. But you stop playing the game, you come back in 2 years, you still have the same progress done. Anytime you quit this game and come back, you didn't miss anything. You don't lose out. They don't reset stuff. So, like, no matter how little progress or how much progress or wherever you end up at, if you quit, come back later, you can continue progressing just like RuneScape. I need to get another item to flame here, because this is done, this is done. That's pretty much done. I guess this is also kind of done. We need to beat 5% also at that. Let's, you know what, screw it. Let's throw some Q flames onto a cup here. Let's do like 20 flames on this and just see. Nope. Nope. Oh, I ran out of advanced molds. The only thing I'll tell you right now is if you're starting, I would recommend the heroic worlds over the interactive worlds, because there's a lot less, like... The interactive worlds are the more populated servers in the first place. Step 1. Step 2, you don't have any pay-to-win on it. Like, the pay-to-win is very muted or very... Like, there's not a lot of it, if it does exist at all, compared to the interactive servers. There are bad microtransaction practice in it, like boosters or etc. If you play on the interactive worlds, yes, there's tons of pay-to-win things you can do. If you play on the heroic worlds, which used to be called Reboot, so Kronos and Hyperion, and then Challenger World Heroic, there's very little pay-to-win, if any. Every now and then there'll be like a battle pass or something like that, so if you consider a battle pass like pay-to-win, those come around every now and then, but there's very little. It's more of a reboot server slash heroic, are you play the game, you put the time in, you put the effort in, you get rewarded. I would recommend you start off on the Challenger World Heroic, I just play on there because there's a bunch of benefits for being on there for as a new player compared to the normal worlds. And then you can transfer off of those once you hit. There's a deadline for like transferring off of it, which is in like 2 months is the earliest time you can transfer off of it. But there's a bunch of benefits to playing on the Challenger World, so I would recommend that. Grandis Library. Whoops. So this right here is a link to all the class. Well, right now I'm currently doing crafting, so not too much gameplay going on right now for this. 1 second. I need to be right back, National, so I'll be right back. It should be only like a few minutes. Alright, I am back. Let's close that. There we go. Yeah, right now I'm just doing crafting. The crafting system is not super in-depth of like stuff going on here. You come to this specific map. You've gathered materials. You click the button. It starts crafting. That's crafting. There's a lot of benefits to doing the crafting system stuff and leveling up smithing, accessory crafting, and alchemy. But it's not very in-depth. Yeah, it's like RuneScape. You go up to the anvil, you have the material needed to craft, you press the button, it does it. Simple, easy peasy. I have a ton of materials right now for crafting to make some of these recipes, so I'm here for at least another like 10 minutes, I would say. Is there something, would you like to see bossing? Training? Like, is there something specific you would like to know about in the game, or just see? Would you like description of some of the classes, or... Because there's quite a few classes in the game. I think we're up to like 52 classes or something like that now. Let me see here. 4, 5, 9, 11, 15, 2, 25, 28, 31, 34, 37, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, 53. Yeah, there's 53 classes in the game, with another one coming out in 5 months from now? 6 months from now? Less than that, because it's going to be during the winter update. And that's usually like November, December. Yeah, there's 53 classes in the game. all play completely different and are all very unique. So for you, step one, before you even enter the game, is just, what class do I want to try? None of them are locked behind a paywall. Nope, you can play every single one. I believe there might be one exception to that. There's a class called Zero. I don't know if they still have this weird thing where it's not always available for creation. So I can't tell you about that, so one of them sometimes isn't always around. But everything else should be there. So 52 guaranteed, 53rd, not 100% about it. I think they changed it a while back so you can just make Zero whenever. They changed it? Okay. Zero is always available? Okay. Yeah, because I know Beast Tamer used to be in that same boat, but Beast Tamer is now Lyn, and Lyn's always available. Also, welcome to the stream, Brown Banana Peel. What are you up to today? Weekly bosses, nice, nice. Back to the grind. Always nice to hear. You're doing Lomian weekly bosses? You're going higher than that with your character? What step of progression you up to? We're almost done the crafting. Holy moly. I should not have waited this long. Doing Grandis / Sholo Satine. Nice, okay. You're a bit ahead of me in progression then on your main character. I duo C-Team with my friend. I'm at 46 mil. Around 20 mil working towards arcanes. Okay. So yeah, you're like a step above in every like section. My Lomian mules are just not even in Abso yet. They're just Lomians existing. Got like 5 of those. My main character duo C-Teen with my friend. He is at like 86 mil combat power now, and I'm at like 42, I want to say, something like that. 42 mil combat power after the Shining Star Force that happened last week. Oh, you know what? I didn't activate this. Claim, start, yes. There we go. I went from 18 mil to like 42 mil. That's not how it works, Nazmul. So, the class system, when you're looking at Grandis Library, actually, let me just open it up and I'll explain. It'll be better with a visual. Let me click on this, do this, and let's get these Firefox visual properties to the class overview. There we go. Pop this open real quick. So, Explorers is like a type of classes. So like you'll pick an Explorer, they're going to start off as a beginner at level 10, and then you'll pick into one of these classes. They have a special thing that they can swap between the classes, so if you're a hero, you can swap to a Paladin or Dark Knight for a meso cost, and there's a lot of caveats to it. It's not really worth doing, but it is one of the special things for Explorers. Cygnus Knight, when you start off on the select screen, there'll be like a thing called Cygnus Knights. And then you start off as like a level 10 you'll start off as one of these just right off the bat. You just pick it. Yeah, like Brown Banana Peel said, there's 5 classes in the game, so everything is the heroes are warrior, hero is a warrior, paladin's a warrior, dark knight's a warrior, bishop, archmage, ice lightning, and fire poison are mages. Dual blade, shadow word, night lord are all thief. Pathfinder, marksman, bowmaster, they're all bowmans. Cannoneer, buccaneer, corsair are pirates. But like this is more like a category to know like when you're on the select screen for picking your what you're making. You click on explorers to get to these ones. You click on Cygnus Knight to get to these. Heroes will just show individually as Mercedes, Aaron, Phantom, Luminous, etc. Resistance, that's kind of like Cygnus Knight and Explorers where you have to pick into the resistance, and then it lets you like select from these classes. Nova is all individual classes. Same thing for Sengoku. Flora is the same, etc., etc. The other reason why these categories are important, it won't be that important in like 5 months or so when we get the December update or November update, but the cash shops are shared between this class. Yeah, it's important for the cash shop stuff because they share the same cash shop inventory, but Korea just got rid of that. It's safe to assume that Global Maplestory is also going to get rid of that. Otherwise, there's going to be huge backlash. So don't really worry too much about the cash shop stuff. But it just works in the way that if you make an explorer, every single one of these classes share the same cash shop. Same for Cygnus Knights, Heroes, Resistance, Nova, Sengoku together, Flora together, Anima together, Jianghu together, Star Guardians by itself, and then others literally only share with themselves. So Kinesis and Zero are by themselves. But that's the big thing about like that when looking at the classes. Warrior is more tanky. Mages usually have blink as like their big thing. Like they blink around instead of having what is called a flash jump. So a flash jump to just show it off. So you see how I can like double jump and like in the air like this? And I have this like effect behind me? That's a flash jump. Blink classes will just blink a set distance with their button. So they press the button, they blink a set distance in the direction you're either facing or moving. You can also blink up and down. You can flash jump up and down usually. Every class has different mobility things. Some flash jumps are better than others, etc. Some have a thing called rope lift naturally. Others get it from a skill. Yeah, like Brown Banana Peel said. General class categories share main stats, so warriors have strength as their main stat, usually mages on int, thief is luck, bowman is dex, pirate's the weird one that can be dex or strength. It tends to be that the warriors are more tanky and more survivable. Thieves have like a unique thing of like surviving with something called dark sight. Bowmans usually have like just they get some weird like survivability things. Some of them will be able to just survive based off of either they can survive any single hit and just immune it because of their class. But there's a lot to get into the game, yeah. I would just look at the classes, and when you click on the class in Grandest Library, and you click on, well, I'll just show you this. So let's say you click on Hero, right? Ignore all this stuff. You don't really need to worry about this. I would literally just scroll down, and I would look at 4th job, and just see the animations, and be like, okay, some of this stuff looks kind of cool. And then I would also look at 5th job and just see, like, do any of these animations look cool? And just go through each class looking at 4th job and 5th job skills. And just see if anything, like, stands out to you, like, oh, this is really cool. I would agree with Brown Banana Peel. Do not play Wild Hunter. That class is a rough life. If you do like the aesthetic and you're like, I want to be a Wild Hunter, you can do it. Just know it's going to be a lot harder than the other classes in a lot of cases. But yeah, like, no matter what class you pick, you can't really go wrong. Some classes are better than others, but like, just look at the classes in 4th and 5th job, like I said. Just click through them, see if anything piques your fancy. If you have any question, just ask in chat. I can describe every class in the game of how they play, on like what's going on with them. And like, even if you don't like the character you pick for something called a Hyperburn Max, like, it's not the end of the world. You is still, like, that still helps out the account, even if you just play it up to level it up, and you're like, oh, I don't really like this class that much. You just start leveling something else up, or playing something else out, and it's still made progression for your account. Most people, you start off with a class, and then as you play the game more and you're leveling up other characters, because for certain systems you want to level up other characters and have alts, and you're like, ooh, this class is really fun, and then you just swap to that class and start playing that class. It happens to everybody. I don't think I've met a single person who started the game, played one character, and was like, never swapped. Yeah, like he said, there's Legion and Link. They're two major systems to the game. And those require you to level up alts to, like, progress them. And they give a lot of power for the entire account, not just the character itself. So, like, leveling a new character, trying something out new, never is it a bad idea. And the game also gives a lot of forms of, like, level up events or things that make you level up faster. Like right now, there's a Hyperburn Max that you can choose for one character. So every level you get on a Hyperburn Max will give you 5 levels instead. So you start at 10, you level up once, you're already 15, 20, 25, etc. There's these other things called Terra Burns. Those are a little less powerful because they only give 3 levels per level up. So you start at 10, you'd go to 13, 16, etc. And that one goes all the way up to 200. The Hyperburn Max goes up to 260. Earlier in chat, we had a new player who just started called Fork. I've been teaching him a bunch of stuff, explaining systems to him. He just started literally like 4 days ago, and he's already 225 or 230. Or is he 240? I think he actually hit 240 now. And like, he just started the game. He's been playing for like a few days, and he's already level 240 on that Hyperburn Max. And like, does he know everything? No. But he's already progressing, getting stuff unlocked, doing the storylines. Yeah, I would 100% recommend you start on the Challenger World. Because the whole Link and Legion thing that I'm talking about doesn't exist on those servers. They give you this little buff right here called the Challenger buff. And like, it's just good to be on as a new player because it gives you a bunch of benefits as a new player. Even as somebody like me I have a bunch of Legion and Link, I still went into the Challenger World with a character to just be on the Challenger World and get the benefits. And I also recommend that you play on the heroic worlds and not the interactive worlds. If you want absolutely no pay to win, outside of like a battle pass every now and then and some minor things that like, if you just put in time and it's not like a crazy amount of time comparatively, like you'll still progress and stuff, heroic worlds are significantly better than interactive. 90% of the Maplestory population on global Maplestory plays on heroic worlds. Oh, is it an extra 10 if you go to Hyperion? I see. I didn't know about that. With all the changes coming to Party Finder and stuff that you'll be able to do it between Hyperion and Kronos, it's probably better that a new player goes to Hyperion, right? Because, like, what do you lose from going to Hyperion versus being on Kronos as a brand new player? There's less population, so you get more maps for burn. You can still party up with the people from Kronos. Mechanic or Cannoneer? Okay. So... But that's just for bossing, right, Brown Banana Peel? Like, if you're able to boss with the people, what else are you doing on Kronos other than having a guild together, I guess? So between the two of those classes, I would say Mechanic is stronger than Cannoneer. Cannoneer can be kind of annoying in bossing because their big burst ability and big bullet that they use is a bit annoying because if the boss teleports around, it can be a bit rough on it. Actually, you know how we're going to do this? We're going to go over the two classes you talked about with you actually looking at the stuff to just explain stuff. Whoops, not BRB. Wrong one. Firefox Visual. Alright, so you said Cannoneer and you liked Mechanic down here. So if we go through... So this right here, Cannon Bazooka, this is your mobbing skill as a Cannoneer. Cannon Barrage, you're going to be using this for bossing. How can you tell if an attack is a mobbing versus bossing? If you read this description right here, it says number of attacks and max enemy hit. Usually your mobbing skill can hit multiple enemies. This one hits up to 8. This one hits 1 enemy. This is a summon, so you can use that for mobbing and bossing. You put it down, it'll just do its own thing for 60 seconds. It's 100% uptime, I want to say. What's the cooldown on it? It doesn't say the cooldown here. So Cannoneer has quite a few summons that you can use, which can be annoying in bossing. Actually, both your classes have a shit ton of summons. I'm thinking of Mechanic and I'm like, wait a minute, no, there's a ton of summons for both of them. Mobbing-wise, they're both very good at mobbing, I would say. They both have pretty good clearing. So the big question is, bossing-wise, which one would be considered better? Brown Banana Peel. Do you play either of these classes at, like, high level? Like, have you leveled them? Do you have them as, like, a boss meal or something? This bullet right here is the main mobbing skill I was talking about. You summon this cannon thing, and it passes slowly through mobs. But if the boss teleports out of it, like, you lose a ton of damage. So this can be one of the annoyances about Cannoneer. This just explodes, it's just damage. You don't really need to worry about that. There's nothing crazy. More summons. How does this one work? I know that they changed the supply crate. That it no longer is random on the map. It like drops on top of you now. So you don't need to worry about this additional damage buff when you're bursting. Those are generic skills. Another thing you can look at, I guess I should have mentioned it, is 6 job. Origin skill. So you get these cool cutscenes that do a ton of damage. Like this is a massive skill. It's got a 6-minute cooldown. But it does a ton of damage and like it's a big part of the class because this can influence the decision too. So this is the one for Cannoneer right here. You spawn this giant missile and it explodes the map. We go look at mechanic for that one. You make a big nuclear explosion with missiles. Oh, one thing for mechanic is you're always in a form. So if you like looking at your character and looking fancy, well, I hope you like the mech forms, because you're either going to be in this mech form a bunch, where you're just sitting on top of it. Where is the tank form? Or you're going to be in this tank form. So mechanic has this thing of being in tank form. Where is the other thing? There is one other transformation. Wait, this is 5th job skill. 5th job skill. This right here. So you turn into this giant platform that attacks. So you have a lot of transformations that change your character, and you're in these giant mech suits and stuff. But both of the classes I would say are about equal in bossing. I think mechanic is slightly better in that aspect. And then Cannoneer and Mechanic are both fine at mobbing. The thing is about Mechanic is there's a thing called missile farming. You have a passive that activates that'll shoot out missiles. And those can eventually one-shot mobs. And so you'll be farming with those a lot. Cannoneer doesn't really have that same type of stuff. But they're both pretty solid classes. It's not like a mistake by any means to pick either of them. I think like some people don't like how Cannoneer plays because of how their burst is. With the whole missile thing, if a boss teleports out of it, or like it's a small boss, it can also have issues. But they're both solid choices. Alright, so now I gotta do the PQ. Okay, let's invite this person. Oops. Can we get one more person? Nope. Eventually somebody else will pop out here and we can get a third person for this PQ, which is a party quest. There's not too many party quests that people still do in the game, but this is one of them. It's called Commercy. You do it for some accessories. Mechanic's gonna be it? Alright. Whoops, I just pressed T instead of enter the thing. Well, that's my origin as cadena. Waiting on the game to download. There's definitely a few things I would recommend when you start off in the game to do in the options and stuff like that. Brown banana peel, are you a interact on Y enjoyer or do you keep it on spacebar? Oh, shit, we're done. Eventually, our third person will realize and leave the thing. What do you mean my setup? Like the hotkeys I use, or in setting? So it's mostly just a thing of like, everybody's gonna have different keybind setups for this game, right? Of what you prefer. But it's just, when you start off, there's a bunch of different key binding things that you can do. But the big thing I recommend is instead of having interact and harvest on spacebar, you move that to the Y button. And what that does is when you do this, so I can just press Y to interact with this, and if it has like, shit, there's a yes/no prompt on a lot of quest dialogue and stuff. If you put it on Y, it defaults to pressing yes for those, so you can just skip a bunch of them without even having to pay attention. So when you're going through quest lines and you don't care about the story or whatever, you're just holding Y, it just auto does a lot of them. That's just like the one keybind I would recommend to everybody is just... Oh. Everything else comes down to personal preference. They both work equally. The only thing I would recommend is maybe start off on the game launcher. Because Fork... So what Fork did is that because the Hyperburn Max, if you put it on a character, it takes 24 hours to delete the character. So let's say you start playing your mechanic and you don't really enjoy it. What Fork did is instead of playing on the Steam launcher, he played on the official client. And he just made a new account to try out some classes and just see how they felt with the burn. With the Hyperburn Max. And then he was like, oh, Because he started off as a demon slayer. He tried another class, and then now he's finally decided on Luminous as being the class he enjoyed the most. That he tried out. So you could go through the official launcher, download through there, make another account if you don't like Mechanic for whatever reason, to try out a different Hyperburn. And then once you're settled on that, you can just link it to your Steam account, and then use Steam as your launcher if you want. Otherwise, you have to wait 24 hours to delete a character to try out a different Hyperburn max. That's the only thing I can say right now that's like something you could try doing. Or you can just use the Steam, lock it in, try Mechanic, and just like stick with it if you... Or have to wait the 24 hours if you really dislike it. To multi-box in this game, there's no reason to do it anymore nowadays. But you would need 2 separate accounts. You can't multi-box on the same account. So, not really to the multi-boxing. And there are some people who bought in this game, but it's not super common, and you are most likely going to get banned if you do it. So, I would say not really to do both of those things. There are definitely some people who bought in this game, but I would not recommend it. Like, it's not something that's like, oh yeah, it's super common. It's not like RuneScape or Lost Ark, if you've ever played those, where it's super common to have botting. It's not like that. Yeah, RuneScape's definitely got a lot of botting. So what I'm doing here is a weekly thing you can do called Monster Park Extreme. It gives a bunch of XP. It's good rewards. You can do it 2 times a week, but only once per character. So you need 2 characters to be able to do another one. So like you can do all your dailies in 30 minutes? And there's definitely a lot of dailies that you can do, but don't need to be done. Right, so like it really depends how much effort you want to put in to what you're doing. Because like right now, this Monster Park Extreme is a weekly thing, right? It's going to take us, on the regular servers, it takes like 2 minutes to do. On the Challenger World, it's a bit longer right now because we're not as powerful. But like, I could do all the dailies for this character that I want to do in like 20 to 30 minutes. How have I not killed one? Like, what is going on? Where's my mob at? There we go. Oh, it's right down here, the other ones. Alright, well. Because the more you do in this game, the less efficient things become, I guess is the good way to put it, right? So, like, there's something called Monster Park that you can do every day. And that's, like, way better rates of doing that than, like, going to grind for the equivalent amount of time. Like, it's insane how much you gain from that comparatively. Okay, it's got nothing over here. Where the heck is this guy? Is he mid? Like, where? Right low. Well, alright. We did not find him in time, so we didn't even do damage to him. There's definitely, like, some amount of dailies, but even if you miss the dailies, the only thing you're losing is XP and a little bit of progression on certain systems. And, like, XP is your main, like, progression system in the game. The higher level you get, the more content you unlock, the more powerful you become. Okay, somebody's going to activate it. I'll just sit up here and wait. King isn't here. Yeah. Like, the thing is if you are a daily story player, you literally can progress the entire game, and you can actually, like, progress in the game and actually do stuff. It's not like, oh, if I'm not grinding 10 hours a day, I'm not progressing type of thing. Welcome back, Fork. Nazmul is a new player getting into the game. So we're telling him about some stuff, explaining some of the, like, he's decided he wants to try Mechanic as his class. Okay, well, everybody pieced out. Okay, that guy didn't piece out. I will go look for the others. Because we gotta kill the snakes again. The other thing is, too... Oh. Wait, where is the guy not? Did he leave the snakes? Did this guy leave the snakes? Okay. Some guy's kind of trolling here because he was already killing mobs, left the mob zone, and went to a different one. And now we're both there. But what I was going to say is that no matter how fast or slow you're progressing, everybody goes at their own pace. So there's no rush. There's no like crazy stuff going on of like, oh my god, this guy's at Giga Endgame and I'm not there yet. There's always people progressing at each different step of the game. What Brown Banana Peel just said. You take an hour and a half to progress for the daily story stuff, and like, you're progressing at a pretty good rate. Yo, boss, you are trolling the shit out of me right now. Oh yeah, I said I would be going to do something. Gonna finish this up. And then I'm gonna have to go do something, so... So, what do you mean by shelf content? Like, do you mean like somebody has an advantage over your character because they did something in the past that no longer exists? Or... as in content that's not really relevant nowadays? Because there is a absolute metric ton of quest lines and stuff in this game that, like, 90% of the population have never done. And they're not super relevant to do. They do have some use for one of the systems, but it's not, like, major. If you're talking about legacy items that somebody has that you'll never be able to obtain, they do exist, but it's such a minor subset of the player base, and it just doesn't really matter. Like, it's not something you need to worry about at all. And, like, the thing is about the, like, content that I'm saying, like, there's storylines that people don't really do and stuff. You can just do them. You can go achievement hunting, you can get achievements. You can get, for one of the systems in the game, doing all those storylines actually gives you a bonus to it. It's not a lot, but it does help in that. But there's a lot of storylines that aren't very relevant in the game nowadays. Yay, we gotta go to the blue doggos. Actually, there are missing 9 of them. I'm just sitting. Oh, I see somebody's already over here. Wait, what? This doesn't reach high enough? What? Yes, there is tons of content that has been removed from the game that is no longer accessible. But most of those are, like, removed due to either it broke at one point and they just never fixed it and, like, it's not relevant. Or they retcon certain things. There's not too much of that content, to be honest. And for the amount of content left over, it'd probably be like 1 or 2% of the game is content like that, Nazmul. So I wouldn't really worry about that stuff too much. Alright, that is done. Alright, well I made some promises to some other people to go do something else right now, so I'll be ending the stream here today. If you enjoy the content and want to see more, give me a follow. It'll tell you when I go live. I've also got a Discord you can join in. I will be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. ES or EDT. If you join the Discord, you can always add me and just ask some questions in there. I'll be back tomorrow though, like I said, so I can help out with some more questions if you have them as well. Brown Banana Peel, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully your weekly bossing goes well and you get some sick pitch drops or anything good. Fork, I will see you around. Good luck with the rest of your progression. But that's going to be it for me today. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. EDT. And we'll be progressing some more on the Challenger World and on Kronos. Bye-bye! Oh, wait. Before I go off. Fork, if you're here right now listening, if you go to the event map and you AFK in it, it gives you XP for AFK in it, being AFK in here. So I would if you can leave your PC on and just AFK in this map, the XP is pretty decent for just AFKing because you just get XP. Like you see here, I just got 2 million XP for just existing. But yeah, if you can just AFK in the event map when you're not doing stuff, I would just do it because it's free XP for existing. Anyways, that's it for me tonight. Bye-bye! May RNG favor your guys' drops.